Good evening, everybody, and welcome to this evening's City Council meeting. If I can ask everyone to stand as they're able for the singing of O Canada. We don't have a choir today, so we are the choir, and we have a video recording to go with it. Well, thank you very much, everybody. It's been moved by Councillor Marsh that the minutes of the regular meeting held September 14th, 2015, and special meetings held September 14th and 21st, as mailed to the Mayor and Councillors, be accepted. All in favour? Opposed? That's carried. Are there any disclosures of pecuniary interest? Okay, there being none, we'll now move on to presentations. And I will be making the first presentation. In fact, I can ask Mr. Goodeve to come forward. This evening, I'm taking this opportunity to recognize Colin for 10 years of being involved with AMCTO, the Association of Municipal Managers, Clerks, and Treasurers. Each year, AMCTO recognizes their members in 10-year increments for long-standing commitment to the association and to the professional and to the municipal profession. And so we have both the AMCTO certificate and one from our council to recognize Colin for his 10 years of dedication to public service and municipal management. Colin's very humble and tried to get this taken off the agenda, but I had to do, a sapiential override or something like that. Next up, we have the first Vice President of the Federation of Canadian Municipalities and Halton Hills, Councillor Clark Somerville. Welcome, Clark.
Well, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm normally used to calling you Mr. President, so it seems unusual for me to be calling you Mr. Mayor. First off, as a Halton Hills councillor, I'd like to say thank you to the City of Kitchener for the leadership that they have shown in working with communities like Halton Hills on the two-way all-day GO service. So I want to thank you for that, and you have our unpledging and unending support on that as well. So thank you so much for your leadership, and I look forward to working with you as we can get that to fruition much sooner than later. I'm honored to be here this evening to celebrate the productive partnership created by the City of Kitchener and its municipal experts through FCM's Municipal Partners for Economic Development, or MPED, which is drawing to a close next month. In operation since 2010, MPED is one of FCM's international flagship programs. Municipal experts from municipalities across Canada and our 7 partner countries in Asia, Africa, and Latin America work together to strengthen local economic development, keeping in mind the importance of gender equality and environmental sustainability. Over the last 5 years, partners have worked on strategic planning for local economic development, investment attraction through city branding, business retention and expansion, support to entrepreneurs, and supporting youth and women's participation in the economic and political life of their communities. Kitchener has long been involved in FCM's international programs and is a key partner in MPED. And, as I'm sure you all know, your mayor is a tireless advocate for local government both in Canada and on the global stage. Mayor Barry Verbanovich has acted both as a program advisor and has represented FCM at global meetings. Kitchener has been working at the grassroots level in the Morogoro region of Tanzania for the past 5 years. Municipal experts worked with elected officials from the different municipal councils to develop business clusters in sectors such as mining, carpentry, and farming. This enabled the municipality to, for example, form a grain milling cooperative. Chronic malnutrition is endemic in Tanzania, with 41% of the country's children having no access to sufficiently nutritious food. Grain is a primary food staple for more than 80% of residents. Millers, therefore, play a crucial role in feeding more than the 300,000 people in that region. By joining forces as a cooperative with the City of Kitchener's guidance, the millers strengthened their voice as a professional group, increased their economic potential, and improved the nutritional quality of their product. However, Kitchener's most impressive and heartfelt contribution has to be the construction of the Choma Village Bridge in the Ilguru Mountains above Morogoro. Kitchener's Rod Reiger and Chris Farrell of the Water Legion Small Business Center spent time there running a local economic development training program. While there, they helped with small community initiatives such as raising funds for a local orphanage and buying school supplies for children. These gestures quickly grew into a community-wide effort when the City of Kitchener staff, family, and friends raised enough money to purchase concrete and rebar, as well as rent equipment to build a bridge in Choma, a small village located in the mountains. The community provided the labor and the basic materials. And here's a story from Rod Rieger. Shoeless men carried 50-kilogram bags of cement on their backs and stones for aggregate on their heads, wrote Rod Reiger in the project update. Tomorrow, 250 people will come down from the mountain to take apart the old bridge, build a temporary crossing, and begin assembling in 30 degrees Celsius heat the frame for the new bridge. Over 5 days, the people of Choma invested 4,800 hours of labor in this project. Other than shovels, picks, and stone hammers, the only technology on site was a generator and a welder to build the iron frame. This bridge now helps bring goods to market and ensure safe crossing for all. That is true community building, and on behalf of FCM, I want to thank you, Mayor Verbanovich. I want to thank the staff from the City of Kitchener and the whole city for bringing your city's community spirit to our international programs. You have all been wonderful ambassadors for Canadian municipalities and for FCM. As this program comes to a close, we hope you'll continue to be involved as we prepare for international initiatives in 2016 and beyond. And I'd like to now ask Councillor Kelly Galloway Seelock and Rod Reiger to come down and please receive this plaque on behalf of FCM.
And perhaps I can ask either Jeff or Dan or Michael to grab a picture of them getting a...
Thank you. It's good to see you. We're going to turn around. Okay. You're getting enough.
Great job. Thank you, Kelly. Thank you, Rod.
And I have one other special item that I'm here for as well, and that's to recognize you, Mr. Mayor, for your 15 years as a board and committee member and for the commitment that you have done to local government, not only in Canada but around the world. Just as a brief recap, I know that Barry has left very big shoes to fill in his presidency as he served as president for 2011 and 2012. And I must thank you on a personal level, Mr. Mayor, for all the help, support, and guidance you've given to me as I've worked my way up through FCM, both as a committee member, a board member, and now as a vice president. Mr. Mayor, as for the members here, you are the current member of the following FCM committees: the Standing Committee on International Relations, the Committee on Increasing Women's Participation in Local Government, the Standing Committee on Environmental Issues. You previously served on the Standing Committee on Conference Planning, the Committee on Community Safety and Crime Prevention, the Committee on Municipal Infrastructure and Transportation Policy. You were a member of the Municipal Infrastructure Forum, a member of FCM's Strategic Plan and on its Steering Committee, chair of FCM's Election Committee in 2013. You still actively serve on the ULCG, United Cities and Local Government, as their treasurer, a member of FCM's Big City Mayors Caucus, a member of FCM's Working Group on Governance, and also the Green Municipal Fund Council as a recent appointment. And knowing you, Mr. Mayor, you're hating as I'm reading out all these accomplishments.
Pretty much.
But recently, you've been appointed by President Raymond Loewy to serve as a member of FCM's Task Force on Syrian Refugee Resettlement, which has just been formed to make sure that we have municipal interests are being looked after with the resettlement of Syrian refugees that will be coming to Canada. I'd like to say, and it's, Mr. Mayor, it has been a great honor of working with you for the last 9 years that I've been on committees and on the board and working through. And the city of Kitchener has always been so well represented by yourself. You've always reminded us of the local scene here and brought that issue not only to FCM, but I know you've brought back the experience that you've learned not only in Canada but around the world back to the city here. So on behalf of President Raymond Loewy, I'd like you to come forward and I can present you with this certificate and also with a pin to thank you for your 15 years of service. And there's your card. Thank you so much. Thank you. And now I have to get to my own council. Okay. And with that, I wish you a nice, well, I'd like to say short night, but that doesn't always happen in council. And I must exit as I have my own council meeting to go to this evening. But thank you so much for your time and your very warm reception I had to here tonight, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Clark, and thanks for making the trip down for Halton Hills for these two presentations and for the immense amount of time I know you've put in to the leadership group of FCM. And what awaits you yet next year as you're destined to be the organization's president. So thank you very much and best wishes.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, we'll now move on to item C, Shirley Medill, Executive Director of the KW Art Gallery. Welcome, Shirley.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, councillors. I really appreciate this opportunity to provide you with an update of the Kitchener-Waterloo Art Gallery's activities for the past year and to the present day. And also on behalf of the board and staff, we want to thank the City of Kitchener for your financial support this past year. I thought I'd start because it's been a year where I did a last report and I thought I would present where we ended in 2014 with a surplus of a little over $21,000 that we were putting forward to our deficit reduction plan. That was the first year of our plan. Our target was 25. We didn't make 25, but we were almost there. We received some matching funds from Arts Vest for gaining new sponsorships and increasing present sponsorships. And we did finish our strategic plan. That's for the next 5 years. We had 9 exhibitions scheduled, and I know I've got 10 minutes, so I'm going to be clicking through this really quickly, so forgive me if I sound like a speeding bullet. Anti-Lou in Absentia is where we started the year with. Shirin Nishat's soliloquy. The Expressions, the student artwork exhibition, celebrated its 40th year at the gallery, and this summer presented a young artist by the name of Sarah Kale, and we continued with our collection exhibitions by doing more interdisciplinary work, and this is one with Encounters with Music. And this is the show that's currently on, a major group exhibition where artists are influenced by animation, and very apropos for our tech community. We toured 2 exhibitions. The Tannenbaum collection went to the Art Gallery of Algoma, and Jane Byers went to Museum London. One really key point I want to bring forward, and this is, you've heard it first outside the gallery walls, but Edward Burtynsky just donated 40 of his photographs to the Kitchener-Waterloo Art Gallery, and this is in addition to the 50 we already have. So although it wouldn't put us as the largest collection of Burtynsky's work, it definitely puts us second to the National Gallery in that collection. And this is a way of looking at his entire body of work from China, also the oil and water. And we received this magnificent painting by Eleanor Bond, and also a series of photographs by Robert Bordeaux. We spent a lot of time with our facility. It still presents challenges. We had a Canadian Conservation Institute do a survey, a facility assessment for us. We raised $50,000 so that we could actually refurbish the vault and expand it and reconfigure it to actually accommodate the Tannenbaum and Burtynsky works. And we did a security upgrade thanks to our colleagues at the Art Gallery of Hamilton, and a donation for the cost of doing the security upgrade from PLC. And we're just finished actually the Eastman Gallery in lighting. What you see here in terms of audience engagement are in yellow are the targets that we identified in our strategic plan that we need to pay a little more attention to. We've been making headway through that. I'm not going to list our public programs because we're continuing as we've always planned with that. But we did bring in some special guests like Mark Mayer from the National Gallery of Canada who talked about acquisitions. And we also brought in a group from Museum Hacks. So it was a professional development workshop with with cultural workers in the community about engaging young professionals in particular. We've also reached outwards to the restaurants and the chefs. We invite them to produce 4 dishes in response to an exhibition on display, and this is Feast for the Senses, and it was, the first restaurant was the Bistro. We have another event coming up in November. The Youth Council continues to grow in numbers. Now they actually conduct tours at the gallery, have their own panel discussions, and we've been able to do more tech activities with them. Seniors in the studio are in the 2nd year, and this year we're actually working with the Schlegel Research Center for Aging at the University of Waterloo. Art of Seeing is in its 3rd season. The doctors have doubled in numbers, so we've had to put another art educator on that workshop. But some of our measurements are, we've got 25% increase in attendance, the 50% increase in the number of resident doctors, and a 10% increase in the participation in events from our culturally diverse community. Now, the next 2 slides basically are our list of our collaborators and our main supporters and sponsors, and of course our fundraiser that's coming up this month. We look at it raising about $60,000 of our overall operating. This is what it looks like in terms of operating this year. We're above where we were last year in terms of operating budget, but less than 2013. We've looked at a surplus of $5,000 this year in deficit reduction. Our breakdown is pretty consistent as last year, even in terms of the numbers. I just wanted to highlight the challenges that we will be facing in 2016. The Ontario Arts Council hasn't been receiving any increase in provincial funding for the past 5-7 years. And they've been able to maintain, funding at status quo, but they can't anymore. So they've said that all public galleries in Ontario that do receive multi-year will be cut at 5% across the board. So for us, it's $5,500 we'll have to find. Waterloo Region Public District School Board has decreased our subsidy from 20 to 15 and next year to 0. We are appealing this, just building a case for the importance of this subsidy. It will really affect our bottom line and our school tours. We're down 3 positions at the gallery. We haven't been able to maintain those compensation levels in a competitive way. And the Art Canada Council as well is redoing its whole framework, so I don't know where that revision is going to be. When we enter 2016, we're going to be celebrating a 60th anniversary. So we have a number of special events that we have planned, in particular a nice history of our founders and where the gallery has to this date. We will try to keep that within the status quo budget, unless we receive, special sponsorships and funding. But we have plans in that regard to some strategies in terms of moving forward. So thank you.
Wonderful. Thank you very much for coming in this evening and making the presentation, updating us on the great work that you and your team are doing at the Art Gallery, as well as some of the challenges that you're facing. But I believe we're extremely fortunate to have a Class A gallery of this caliber in our community, and I applaud you and your whole team for the great work that you do. Councillor Marsh?
Thank you, Shirley, for your presentation. I've never seen you do such speed reading. I appreciate that. So just as the councillor representative on the board, I want to thank you again for all your work. And it's clear in this quick presentation that how much richness you're bringing to the fabric of our culture in our community. So thank you again, and I look forward to the next year ahead.
I appreciate that. Thank you.
Councillor Etherington.
Shirley, the loss of that $15,000 from the school board, what are you doing? You said you were appealing it.
Yes, I'll tell you, I can share with you, it was great concern to us because we understand that there are budget implications at the Waterloo Region District School Board as well, but to make a drastic reduction that way, so what we did was we wrote a letter to the director, and we also copied this letter to the trustees as well. And what we did was build a case of the importance of art education in the schools and the importance of first-hand contact with the art as well, and also with art educators, professional art educators at a gallery. And we also brought in how many schools that we bring in would be affected by this, in particular those that cannot afford to pay per student, for that. So we did build a case with it. They are going back to the drawing board to address it. We haven't heard anything yet. As of this time, I'm hoping that if they have to reduce this, that at least it would be weaning us gradually than such a blanket cut, because it will affect the schools and it will affect us as well. But the main people that will be affected will be, of course, the students.
Thank you. And do you have on your person a number of black and gold tickets that you can sell to all these fine people?
We have about 15 left. We're getting close, so it's a great event, and we have some special live auction items this year.
Councillor Davey.
Thank you. At the beginning of your presentation, I noticed that you've done a lot of work, and you've seen, if I understood correctly, you brought $21,000 towards your deficit. And I guess that I want to be clear, and near the end, though, unfortunately, I believe the Ontario Arts Council cut $5,500 annually, and the school board has, though you're appealing it, has cut $15,000 annually. Okay, I think it's an important distinction because it's always a struggle with arts and culture in situations like this. They've made some significant efforts to try and bring their books back in balance, only to have some of the funding that's they've been relying on cut. So it's a difficult situation of 2 steps forward, 1 step back.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you, Ms. Medill, for coming in and for sharing your presentation and answering questions.
Thank you.
Have a great evening. Next up, we have Chris Hyde, Chair of Compass Kitchener. Welcome, Chris.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor and Council. So we've submitted our work plan for 2015-2016 from Compass Kitchener. We're very happy to bring this forward. Just to take council through it briefly, I know we've got about 5 minutes to discuss these issues. Once again, from Compass Kitchener, the big piece we have to work on is the report card that we produce every year. It should be noted that the proposed work card, or the proposed report card, will not be for 2015. It will actually be brought forward in 2016. And let me tell you why. This past year, I think we've had this discussion before in this chamber, we actually had about 80% turnover of the Compass Kitchener team. We just had a number of good people left. Councillor Marsh, one of them, and we had a number of new people come on board, and to get them onboarded, up and running, familiar with the report card process, familiar with how we work and our metrics and things like that. It just took more time than we could, so we were unable to put something forward in 2015 for this year. So we are moving forward. We're excited to be working on the new strategic plan that the council has just approved, so that's going to be one of our major areas of focus going forward. One of the things that's exciting about the report card this year is that we're trying to really get as much input as we can into the process at large. In years past, we would have a number of hardworking, dedicated citizen volunteers who would gather in a room and would kind of decide on the areas that we wanted to measure. We would present them back to the committee as a whole, and then we'd take that forward and bring that report card forward. This year, we do want to have a sort of a wider conversation with some of the citizens in Kitchener to see what do those areas mean. So what does government mean to you? What does a strong economy mean to you? What does neighborhoods, strong neighborhoods look like to you? So we really want to have that process in at the start, so then we can use that to really support and augment the report card and then bring it forward with really a wider base is what we believe. A couple other things that we're doing, again, trying to keep brevity in mind. We're trying to have a better understanding of the way in which the city can understand its citizens. So one of our groups has formed a committee on actively engaged citizens. What they're really going to be looking at is leading practices and practices engaged across Ontario, across Canada, around the world, at how municipal governments specifically are reaching out and engaging with some of their citizens. As we all know, is that sometimes within the digital age and a lot of the messaging that citizens get, municipal government messaging may not be their highest priority. So we're really looking at ways and innovative ways that we can do that, and we'll be bringing that report back to council at the end of the year. The neighborhood strategy, it's in the work plan for the report card this year. And why? Because we're really excited about it. Again, the placemaking strategy the city put forward and agreed to, all members of Compass Kitchener, they're chomping at the bit to get involved in that, and we're collaborating on the neighborhood strategy working group. We've got a couple of our members who are engaged in that. Youth engagement. This year, instead of in years past, we've had the youth engagement piece was engaged with younger children and was something that was done very much by Compass Kitchener itself. This year, we're actually looking to step out of that silo and to work with Kayak, the Kitchener Youth Action Council. So we want to try and find ways to take the good work that they're doing and the work that Compass Kitchener does, and to look at ways that we can engage with the youth in the city of Kitchener. Again, on that theme of engagement, how are we engaging with our youth specifically? We think it's important to keep them engaged in the process going forward in government. We think they do deserve their own examination, because it can be so tough to take issues of municipal government performance and to market that and receive feedback from young people. So we're going to be working in that area. And lastly, we're still out there connecting and collaborating with all of the citizen advisory committees. We've already had one meeting amongst the chairs and vice chairs, and from that we've been able to identify, I think, about 6 or 7 projects that all of the committees want to entertain. This year is something a little bit different. We broke off into subgroups and decided on ways that we could cross-collaborate. In many ways, taking all of the citizen advisory committees and finding ways that they worked beside each other, areas of common interest and areas where we could collaborate and pool our talent. Given that they are citizens and that they are volunteers, what better way to move all of the agendas forward of all the committees than to have them collaborate where possible? I think that covers everything from the work plan, and if there's any questions.
Thank you very much, Chris, for coming in. We have a few questions. Councillor Fernandez.
Thanks, Chris. This is a pretty heavy work plan for you guys, very ambitious. And but I really want to just focus on one thing that you said about the youth engagement. I was at Kayak last week talking to them about some things, and you're right. They do have some wonderful and great ideas, and I'm glad to see that you're not adding that to your workload, but that you're going to have. As council, that you feel, I mean, like I said, this is pretty heavy workload. Input that you can get from council, that as councillors who are in our wards and hearing from the residents of the city, how can we help you?
That's an interesting question. I suppose, at this stage, while everything is almost in its infancy, if you hear any feedback or and it can be on any aspect of it. We're starting to slowly roll this out through the Compass working group. So any feedback you hear related to the strategic plan, we would be absolutely excited to hear and would really look forward to it. I'm not sure how often you hear it when knocking on doors, but if you get anything, please pass it along.
Well, and that's a good comment, because the strategic plan is really just coming out, and it's new, and it's not one of those things that people have sitting on their breakfast table and said, "Oh yeah, let's discuss about this." So I think we might be a little bit challenged to get some input, but certainly a little bit of prodding and right questioning might be a good way of getting some response. But thanks again I know Compass Kitchener does a tremendous body of work.
Councillor Ioannidis.
Yes, through you, Mayor Verbanovich. I just want to thank Chris for coming in and giving us this update. As Councillor Fernandez has mentioned, it is a heavy workload, and that's part of one of the questions I wanted to discuss is how is Compass Kitchener looking at implementing all this?
That's what is it they say is that when you get to a buffet is that appetite can be larger than stomach. I think what I was encouraged to see, and I guess I'm one of the veteran members of Compass now, is how much excitement a lot of people around the table had for the work plan we have in front of us here. And what's been interesting is that we've adopted sort of a policy internally that we get together in between meetings. So every 2 weeks or so after the meeting, our working groups get together, and I think they're making real progress on it. One always hopes that's going to continue, but I think that some of the very realistic objectives of some of the work plan outcomes listed here is going to enable it. The largest one, I think, always is going to be the report card, because it's so comprehensive and large, and it's one of the larger groups we have, and we've got our excellent staff who support us. Night or day, they'll answer those email questions when we forward them on. So I'm pretty confident we'll be able to do it, just because there's so much excitement around the table for the work plan materials.
Well, with your enthusiasm, and I think if everyone else is like that on the committee, which I think they are, I think you guys will have no doubt in fulfilling that workload. Thanks again.
Thank you.
Okay, that appears to be everyone. So again, on behalf of the council, thank you, Chris, for all the work that you and the rest of the committee are doing. It's an important committee, and one that's actually rather unique to many municipalities, and it's been great to see how it's evolved and serves our community. So thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, we'll now move into delegations. I'm going to try to deal with a couple that are, I think, quick. Thank you for that reminder before Chris leaves, or Chris is about to leave. But there is a motion in committee of the whole. Does somebody want to move that? Moved by Councillor Galloway-Seelock, seconded by Councillor Ioannidis. Any discussion? All those in favor? Opposed? That's carried. Okay, we'll now move into delegations. I do want to remind delegations that they have 5 minutes to make their presentation. I also want to just remind folks, and I know one item in particular on the agenda is one that instills some passion on both sides of the argument in folks. And I had some people mention to me after committee that I guess some of the dialogue in the gallery and so on became not overly respectful between the two sides. So I'm just going to remind everyone that in the council chamber we are respectful of everyone, and we want to hear from everyone on both sides of the issue. Council will consider it and ultimately make a decision. With that, the first item we'll deal with, and Mr. Canali is here with respect to Committee of the Whole item B3. Together we're Bitter Cooperative Brewing. He's here just to answer any questions, if there are any. If there aren't, Councillor Etherington, this is in your ward. Did you want to move it? Okay, moved by Councillor Etherington, seconded by Councillor Ioannidis. Any discussion? Councillor Fernandez.
No discussion. I'm always excited to see small entrepreneurials. We talked a lot about entrepreneurials and startups today, but mainly with technology. But in this instance, it's a craft brewery, and I think it's exciting to see those kind of things happening in our city. And I wish them all the best of luck.
Councillor Etherington.
Yeah, just one quick comment, Mr. Mayor. When it comes to quality pints of bitter, I don't have trouble offering my support. I'm glad to move it, and I'm glad this group has finally found a home in Kitchener, especially in my ward. Thank you.
Absolutely, and if I'll just add my comments. I think I met with the group for the first time about a year and a half ago, and I know that their energy has not dissipated at all throughout their process of searching to find a home. I'm thrilled that Kitchener is a home for them as well. I still hope that one day, once they grow, we'll find them a home in downtown Kitchener. But in the meantime, I think this will be a great location for them. So it has been moved and seconded. All those in favor? Opposed? That's carried unanimously. Thank you. Next, I'm going to deal with 6A, which is Clause 5 of the Community and Infrastructures Committee report. 6B. My apologies. I read the wrong one. Mark Nowak, with respect to Clause 3 of the Planning and Strategic Initiatives Committee report. That's the quick one.
Yes, thank you, Mr.
Welcome.
Mayor. Thank you, Mr. Mayor and members of council. As most of you are aware, I was here 2 weeks ago. I'm appearing as council and as part owner of the lands designated as number 133 to 136 in the KGMP, Southwest Kitchener area, the Rosenberg Plan. At that time, I can indicate to members of council that the ownership, members of the ownership of all the properties are here present tonight. We had, at that point of time, as you recall, indicated that we were asking that our policy area C be upgraded to a policy area B for a number of reasons that were outlined by me, including probably the most important one is the unique aspect, and I stress that word unique aspect of the area that we're dealing with, because it is right adjacent to and across the road from the regional municipality of Waterloo water area. The recharge area that we're in is very important and very critical. In long-term growth, we're looking at residential in the area. I can indicate that the past Ontario Municipal Board hearing, there were agreements signed by a number of the owners in that whole entire area concerning servicing. And our major concern is, of course, that these are 30 and 40-year-old gravel pits that have to be rehabilitated. I misspoke 2 weeks ago when I indicated that there was a fund available that was paid into by the developers or by the owners of these properties that could be used for rehabilitation. I was advised by my partners that that fund had expired a number of years ago. Any rehabilitation that will take place on these properties will be the sole responsibility of the owners of the properties. I can indicate that at the present time, Schlegel, Cook, and Genstar have draft plan approval for adjacent areas to where we are, and my understanding is that Stam Investments, which is right next door, across the road from Gale Place, is also there. We have entered into agreements with respect to the servicing and entered into agreements with respect to the oversizing of the facilities that will take place over the next 10, 15, 20 years. Our reason to come before the council and before committee 2 weeks ago was to hope to have our area moved up from policy area C to policy area B. Understanding completely the concerns of council and the fact that there's a tremendous workload on the city staff, etc., with respect to other areas of Kitchener, not just the area that we're talking about. As a result, we had a meeting last week with Councillor Galloway Seabrook and members of planning staff Mr. Sloan and Ms. Goss, to see if there was some sort of resolution that we could come up with respect to this property in the very near future. My understanding is that Councillor Galloway Seabrook will be proposing a resolution tonight, not that we be in the policy area C immediately, but that we be able to be in a position to work with the various landowners and work with city staff and regional staff with respect to a comprehensive rehabilitation and servicing plan for the area that will take place over the next number of years. This was a compromise that was proposed by staff and by Councillor Galloway Seabrook. And the 4 points that are outlined in what I anticipate is a resolution that you'll be putting before council. I can indicate that the landowners involved in that are fully in support of the compromise that has been proposed. Subject to any questions, those are my submissions.
Okay, thank you. We have one question for you. And I'll just correct you. It's Galloway Sealock.
Sorry.
No worries. Councillor Ioannidis.
Well, Seabrook is a great hockey player, so.
I'm so used to her father. I went to high school with her dad and right through university. So putting on the last name there it has me confused.
Okay. Well, I just wanted to follow up and make sure that you're satisfied with the direction that's being put forward then.
Yes, we are.
Okay.
It is a compromise. Yes, we would have liked more, but we understand the city's position, and we think that the proposal is a fair one.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Through you, Mayor Verbanwick, I'm prepared to second it as well.
Actually, it'll be coming to Councillor Singh to move, and
okay.
yeah, and then I'll go to Councillor Galloway Sealock for the motion. So with Councillor Yanetsky.
Yeah, thank you for coming in and
resources regulations related to turning it over to agricultural land, and runoff related to the region of Waterloo. Sorry, the word's escaping me.
Yes, that's correct. At the present time, the property owners are paying approximately $150,000 in taxes as a business operation per annum. With the rehabilitation that is required under the Pits and Quarries Control Act for the province, which was granted 35 years ago for the properties, the ideal was to rehabilitate it to agricultural use. Agricultural use would have required a permasoil to be put down first, then a topsoil to be put down. The permasoil would not allow for the water recharge area, which is there to work properly. And in conjunction with many discussions with the region and with the provincial government, it would be not in the best interests of not only the City of Kitchener but the region to rehabilitate the land to agricultural. But if we rehabilitate it for the purpose of residential, we do not need to put down that permasoil that would not allow for the water to flow through. At one point of time, the region had considered looking at these lands for industrial use. That was rejected, along with what the City of Kitchener did, and we are in favor of it going to the residential because we think that would be in the best interests of both the region for the water supply and for the City of Kitchener's future development.
And for yourselves.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Councillor Ioannidis, you're just seconding it later? Yeah, I'll come to you. Councillor Singh, you're bringing forward the original recommendation, and then after we deal with it, I'll go to Councillor Galloway-Seelock to bring in the item under new business. Under new business, yes. Go ahead. Yes. Oh, sorry.
Yeah.
Okay, go ahead.
No, I just moved by myself and seconded by Councillor Galloway-Seelock.
Okay. So you're moving 3, and the deferral paragraph will obviously deal with separately.
That's right.
Okay. So on number 3, as it is, all those in favor? Opposed? That's carried. Councillor Galloway-Seelock.
Yeah, I don't know if you want me to completely read the motion that I am putting forward, but it's basically for the land numbers 133, 134, 135, and 136. There's 4 different pieces to it that the city will work with the Region of Waterloo and the Ministry of Natural Resources to change the rehabilitation plan to recognize these lands as residential, 2, to working on the pre-submission plans, which would include the ability to formally prepare technical studies, including grading plans, 3, that the prioritization of these lands be strongly considered in the 2017 KGMP as a priority B, and 4, that the KGMP summary map be revised to include a note for these lands that references the direction given in this recommendation. And if I can just quickly speak to it, I want to thank the landowners and staff for having a meeting and being able to sit down and really talk about what the concerns are and understand them, and really be able to come up with the compromise, as Mr. Nowak has mentioned. It's funny, he used the word unique, and I had written that down because it came up many times in our discussion that these lands are unique because they are gravel pits and they need to be rehabilitated. And so I think we need to really take this approach in order to continue to assist the landowners in moving forward and really getting them ready to potentially be that priority B in the next plan. And with everything pretty much decided downstream, it's not really stream, but down the hill, I think it's only prudent for us to continue to try and assist these landowners so that when the time is right, that they can move forward. I don't think the motion that I'm bringing forward does anything that hampers or increases the ability of any trunk sewer moving forward any quicker. I think it just assists these landowners in moving forward some of the needs that they have over the next 2 years, and allows staff to look at the plans when they have the resources to do so. And so to move it to a full priority B wasn't something that I was going to be willing to support, but to move in this direction, I know, and maybe Mr. May can add, that this is agreed upon not only by the landowners, by myself as the ward councillor, but also as planning staff as well. So I hope that we can get support to move this added addition to the KGMP forward.
Thank you. Councillor Ioannidis.
Yes, through you, Mayor Verbanovich. I echo this similar comments to as Councillor Galloway-Sealock has mentioned already, but more importantly, I think I want to commend you guys on your environmental stewardship, and because this is some form of some environmental sensitivity with regards to our drinking water, and I wish more folks can be like you and have some regard with that, and I agree. I hope this is passed unanimously.
Thank you, Councillor.
Councillor Fernandez.
So I would just have a quick question of Mr. May, if he can indulge me for 1 second. Point 3 of this motion that's being put forward, do we have an understanding from planning staff of what the implications of prioritizing this from a C to B, and how is staff supportive? Does this mean additional workload for them? Does it bump other pieces of land out of the prioritization? Can you help us understand that?
Sure. I can confirm that staff certainly see this as a reasonable compromise. While the original recommendation, which continues, which is to keep the property as a priority C, it was noted in the staff report that planning staff had already committed to work with the property owners on some of that pre-work. And so really, we do still envision, the time frame as we envisioned with the staff recommendation.
Okay, thanks for that clarification. That helps me.
Okay, so it has been moved and seconded. All those in favor? Opposed? That's carried unanimously. Thank you very much for your work with staff and Councillor Galloway-Sealock to bring this to closure.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor and members of council.
Okay, one last one before we get on to the Union Street issue. Committee of the Whole B5, prohibited dog designation appeal for Pelican. And I have the owners of the dog, Heidi, David, and Spencer Pelican here. Mr. and Mrs. Pelican? Welcome.
Mayor, ladies and gentlemen, members of the council, I am here this evening to defend the character of Bella, a beautiful dog of mixed breed who has been deemed by the Humane Society to look too much like a pit bull. Too many characteristics that say Bella is and therefore is a prohibited dog and must be surrendered and destroyed. Bella is of a mixed breed. Bella's character is wonderful. Her mother was a boxer, and at the time of her adoption, her father's heritage was unknown. Bella is a beautiful dog with a great personality and so loving. She loves to have attention, loves to give lots of kisses. Bella never barks, never growls, and she has a wonderful temperament. There has never been any complaints about Bella. She is not aggressive. She loves to play and run and is very obedient. Bella is our son Spencer's best friend. Our son Spencer loves his dog. Bella is his world. We have always been a pet family, and we have had a dog in our own household for most of our lives. Spencer knows how to care for and train dogs. Bella is a good listener and behaves well. Spencer has several learning disabilities and has been on ODSP for 10 years. He is a hands-on man. His anxiety levels and issues have improved immensely since he has had Bella. Bella is his go-to girl. She helps to relieve his stress. Spencer can curl up with Bella and take her for long walks, and Bella is very important to Spencer. Spencer has not worked in 5 years and has just recently started a new job. He has been working now for 5 weeks. Spencer and his significant other, Becky, are now new parents and have a brand new 5-week-old baby. Lots of new stresses in Spencer and Becky's life at this time. To lose Bella at this time would be very detrimental to Spencer's health and well-being. I would like to say that if I felt that Bella was in any way a dog that was untrustworthy, vicious, dangerous, she would be gone. But Bella's character is wonderful. Her demeanor is lovely. I would hope that she would be judged for her character, not her characteristics, her looks. That would be the humane way of looking at all of this. If this council decides that Bella may stay, we will assist Spencer financially to have her spayed and appropriately licensed. If this council decides that Bella falls into the category of a restricted and banned dog, then we ask for more time to see if we can find her a safe haven out of province in a loving home. Thank you.
Thank you. We have a couple questions for you. Councillor Davey.
Thank you for coming in. How old is Bella?
2.
2 years old, and you've had her for that entire time?
My son Spencer has had her since she was 8 weeks old.
Okay. And if I understood correctly, you knew that the mother was a boxer and you didn't realize that the father was likely a pit bull, is that?
That's correct. At the time of adoption, we did not know.
Okay, and in those 2 years, you haven't seen anything in terms of the dog being aggressive or any behavior that you think is inappropriate?
No.
Okay. And in fact, the only reason you're here is because someone noticed the dog and said it looked like a pit bull?
Correct.
Thank you.
Okay. Councillor Fernandez.
Yeah, I just wanted to clarify, Ms. Pettican, there is no intention by the decision to put this dog down. You do understand that?
That was the notice that we just got recently?
No, but in the decision that was made, we were very clear that what the intention is that the dog will be adopted out of province. The Humane Society will work with you and your family to make sure that that is done in a appropriate and loving manner. So I wanted to make sure that council understands there was no intention to have this dog destroyed or
that was in the
euthanized.
paperwork that she would be euthanized.
Well, that's my
And
understanding.
the most recent paperwork said to surrender the dog within 5 days.
Okay, well, we can. I would like to speak to our council on that to have some clarification. But according to, I'll let Councillor Schneider speak to that. But the understanding was that the dog would be adopted out of province where pit bulls are allowed to reside. So just want to make sure that we have some clarification on that, if I can, please.
Ms. McDonald, can you perhaps provide some clarification?
Through you, Your Worship, unfortunately, I didn't see the correspondence that was actually sent out, so I'm not able to provide any clarification. If the decision of the committee is, as you've indicated, Councillor Fernandez, obviously we may have to correct it with a new notice. That's the only thing I can suggest that we do.
Yeah, and I think that's really critical for us to make a decision tonight. I want to make sure that we have that. If we don't have that clear understanding tonight, then I would kindly ask apologize to Ms. Pettican and Mr. Pettican for having to deal with this another time, because I know how emotional this can be for your family. But I really think we have to have very clear understanding of what the implications are for this designation for this dog. So I would ask for a deferral until we have complete understanding about what the implications are.
Well, hang on. Let's see if we can get the information that we need. Mr. Chapman?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, I can confirm that I spoke to the report author and asked the same question, and she advised me that it was the intention of the Humane Society to try and do exactly as you've said, and that is facilitate an adoption out of the province. And in fact, that has been their past practice in similar situations.
Okay. So that the dog. So do you understand that what the absolute will be, that we will not be euthanizing the dog, that we would adopt it out of province?
But the dog is to be handed over within 5 days.
Well, I think that that's something that you can work with the Humane Society with. My understanding was that they will have they will not remove the dog without having some discussions with you about that. Have you spoken to the Humane Society since?
No, not since the last meeting.
No.
Okay. I would advise that that's probably the best for you to do. They are trying to be very considerate and kind and work with the family on this particular issue.
Councillor Davey?
Question of staff?
Yeah, go. Okay. Those are all the questions we have of you. You can take your seat and council will debate the issue now. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Councillor Davey?
Thank you. What happens if council were to not approve this? Are there ramifications from the province?
Ms. McDonald?
My recollection under the bylaws, there wouldn't be ramifications. It's really the decision of this council as to what your intent is.
Oh, that makes things a lot simpler. Okay. I would possibly be open to Councillor Fernandez deferral, but I guess, sorry, one last question. In characterizing the animal as a pit bull, I was reading the minutes, and I sat on this committee last term. My understanding is, even though the dog is, clearly not half pit bull, I guess you could say, the entire determination of the dog's temperament is based on how the dog looks. Is that correct?
Ms. McDonald?
I'll look to some of the members of the committee may be able to add some information to that, but I do believe a lot of it is just on the appearance of the dog.
I'd put the same question into the members of the committee. So I fortunately, in my term on dog designation, did not have to deal with an issue like this. But is it correct that the entire determination of the dog's behavior and danger is based on the dog's physical appearance?
Mr. Schneider, Councillor Schneider?
According to our decision making on this, it was to be based only on physical appearance and characteristics. So there was no wiggle room for disposition at all. It was to be based solely on the dog having the physical appearance or characteristics of a pit bull.
Okay, with that, then I think it's intuitively wrong to base an animal's behavior based on its appearance. And given the history and the fact that there was never any issue with this dog, I would not be supporting this recommendation.
Okay. Councillor Yanetsky.
Yes, thank you. I read over the minutes of the Dog Designation Appeal Committee on this matter, as well as the decision that notice that was sent, and I read it quite thoroughly because it had concerned me in terms of the issue. And I think it's quite clear in the minutes and in the report that the dog will not be euthanized. There's no reference to it at all. And it's referenced that the dog within 5 days would be asked to be brought in and would be relocated to another location outside the province. So I think of the decision of the committee here in the minutes, and their recommendation that's before us is quite clear. And I'm prepared to support the motion as presented.
Well, actually, at this point, there is no motion on the floor. Sorry. Hold on. Okay. So I've been advised by the clerk that the motion that we are considering is to apply the designation. We would need a motion to rescind it. I'll continue going down the list as it exists. Councillor Ioannidis.
My question to staff: has this ever happened before? This is completely the first time. Okay.
Sorry, I have no recollection of such a thing happening before, but it may have. I haven't been involved in all the hearings, so I'm just doing it based on my general knowledge of what's happened at the hearings.
Okay. I'm going to leave it to Councillor Davey is going to bring forward rescinding, and I'll be supporting that. I don't think this family needs to go through any more of this duress. Okay. Thank you.
Councillor Fernandez.
Yes, we've designated prohibitive dogs many times. Not in my term of council, we've not, but we virtually have eliminated pit bulls, except for any that are unknown at this time, from the entire province. They are all being relocated to areas where they are removed to loving and supportive homes. It is the province's legislation that we are following. It is not just the city or a regional bylaw. We are following provincial legislation. Unfortunately, this was a very difficult decision, and I will ask if there are more questions. Councillor Schneider and I did our due diligence and followed exactly what the Humane Society guidelines are and the provincial bylaw is.
Councillor Gazzola.
Yeah, I have a question of the two members of council on the committee, and I probably have received the answer already, but many moons ago I also sat on the dog designation committee, and I know very little about dogs. But we relied heavily on our representative from the KW Humane Society. In those days they were the experts that knew better than anyone else around the table. So is that where this recommendation is stemming from? That's a question of the one or the other members of the committee.
Councillor Fernandez, do you want to respond, or Councillor Schneider?
Yes, I'd be happy to, unless Councillor Schneider wants to chime in. Not only do we depend on the guidance of the Humane Society, and specifically the representative of the Humane Society has worked and has been a foster parent for pit bulls. So she's very aware of the physical characteristics. She knew exactly what she was looking for. But we also have a representative from the Canadian Kennel Club who worked on the bylaw when it was first implemented. So her understanding as well was very clear, and her evidence was very clear. When we had the discussions, we knew exactly what we were looking for, and we based all our decisions on the statements and the expertise from those two people.
Okay.
You comment then?
Yeah, go ahead, Councillor Davis.
Based on...
Or Councillor Gazzola, sorry.
Whatever. Based on what I'm hearing, I'm prepared to support the recommendation that's before us. This whole pit bull situation has quite a bit of history in this community. If I remember correctly, Mr. Mayor, you and Councillor Smola at one time were very active in this whole area, so I'd be interested in hearing your comments also.
Councillor Schneider.
Yes, Councillor Gazzola, based on how we were to make the decision, and that was based solely on physical appearance and characteristics. We were not allowed to bring the dog's temperament into the decision at all. It's not a decision that, as both dog lovers, that we wanted to make, but as part of that committee, based on how we have to make our judgment, it's how we had to make our judgment.
And, okay, Councillor Davey, I'll go to you next.
Yes, well, first I want a question of procedure. There was no one had moved the motion as it was, so my preference would be to move a motion of no action, and I believe it's within the confines of the council to ensure that the dog is spayed, so that there are puppies that come from the animal. I would like to move that first, and then if that fails, then I would have an alternate motion as opposed to dealing with this recommendation first, because if this passes, then our hands are tied. So as far as procedure is concerned, I think I'm in the right to move.
From a procedure point of view, the motion you would have to move is to rescind the designation and to, as part of that rescinding, also require that the owner spay the dog within presumably some period of time to the satisfaction of the Humane Society.
Poundkeeper. Yes, that would be my motion, and I'd like to just comment.
Okay, is there a seconder? I'll second it. Seconded by Councillor Ioannidis. Okay. Discussion. Go ahead, Councillor Davey. It's your motion.
Thank you. Yes, I just want to be 100% clear. I don't want to cast even the remotest bad light on the Councillor Schneider or Councillor Fernandez or Ms. Lawrence, who's served with us for a very, very long time and has forgotten more about dogs than I will ever know. And I would have actually brought forward the same recommendation as a member of that committee. I think we have a different responsibility at the council level. So what I'm moving is, I'm moving again, no action, as Mayor Urbanovich pointed out, and ensure that the animal is spayed, so there are no puppies that come from. Failing that, I'll just give a heads up on the next motion, and that would be that the animal stays with the current owners until such time as a location has been found out of province.
Okay, just to be clear, you're not moving no action. What you're moving is to rescind
the designation, right.
So what that means in the course of things is that the restrictions that have been put on the dog as part of that designation, which included muzzling and so on, as I saw in the minutes, would also be rescinded. And then the second part of your motion is simply requiring them to have the dog spayed within a certain, I don't know, like if there's a specific piece of time to your motion to the satisfaction of the pound keeper.
My understanding is to the satisfaction of the pound keeper's standard practice wording.
Okay. So that we're clear, it's not no action.
Please.
That you're moving.
Thank you.
Okay, comments? Yep. And I'll comment on it. I appreciate this is an extremely difficult issue, and it requires a balancing of various facts. But at the end of the day, our legislation actually in Kitchener and Waterloo is actually somewhat lighter than in the rest of the province, because the province actually went with tougher language on the province-wide legislation than in the special legislation we have in the city of Kitchener. Notwithstanding that, as I understand it from reading the minutes and from the input of Councillors Fernandez and Schneider, this dog does meet the criteria that have been used in a number of other instances. And for me, what the concern would be is that this would set a precedent in terms of dealing with other issues in the future. So I will not support the rescinding, but in fact will support the original recommendation from the committee. Councillor Fernandez?
I just want to speak to the second possible motion should the rescinding fail. What I want to understand, Councillor Davey, is that you're willing to rescind additional conditions, which would be the pen, the muzzling, and I mean, you're pretty familiar with all the conditions that happen to a prohibitive dog. So where you would be taking this dog out of a prohibitive status into a dangerous dog, which still has numerous conditions, and you'd like to negate those as well?
Councillor Davey?
No. Sorry, my intention would be that it has the same conditions that were put forward, so the pen, the spaying, etc., but the dog not be declared prohibited and have to be moved out of the province, essentially.
The challenge is you may not be familiar with the fact that this dog also lives in a multiple residential dwelling. So are you saying you would want to negate that condition as well?
Yes.
Okay. My comments will be very brief. This is extremely hard for me. I've recently lost my own dog of 15 years 2 weeks ago. I completely understand what this family is going through. I understand that they did not know, but we have to follow the legislation. And if it was only city legislation, I might be able to, the committee may have been able to look otherwise and consider some other factors, but this is provincial legislation. As the mayor has indicated, our legislation is not as stringent as the provincial legislation. I sincerely feel for the family. I don't think I can say anymore. Thanks.
Okay, so a recorded vote, I believe, has been called. And so the motion that we're dealing with right now is the rescinding motion and spaying as moved by Councillor Davey. Those in favor? Those opposed? Motion does not carry. Councillor Davey, you indicated you want to make another motion? Go ahead.
Yes, it would be in essence the same motion, except that we essentially, without writing it out, we do agree that the dog will be moved out of province, but only at such time as a suitable home has been found, and the dog would stay within the custody of the Pedikins until then.
With the same restrictions?
With the same restrictions.
Okay, so I think we would need to give them, to specify some period of time. And if they don't meet it, they can, I guess, come back to this council, but I don't think you can just sort of leave it open-ended. So...
in order to find a placement for the dog?
Yeah.
I'm not sure that we, with respect, Mr. Mayor, I'm not sure that we do, because if they come back in a year and they haven't found a placement for the dog, I'm not going to destroy it, so I wouldn't put a time frame on it.
Okay. Madam Clerk, is that an acceptable motion? Okay, I'm being told no. Can I get some guidance from you on that, please? Mr. Clerk, then?
Through Mayor Vanovic, it has been the Dog Designation Committee's past practice to provide an extension of time to allow for dogs to be removed from the city, with a clause that, say, after a year or two, if they're unable to find a suitable home, that they can then report back to the Dog Designation Appeal Committee to request either a further extension or to provide sort of an update as to the reasoning. So you could have them just report back to the committee.
So 2 years is your motion? Okay. So we're basically moving forward with the recommendation, but providing them 2 years with the option of reporting back to the Dog Designation Appeal Committee if they can't fulfill that. Seconder for that, Councillor Ioannidis. Okay, a recorded vote has been called. All those in favor? All those opposed? Okay, I'll take another motion. Councillor Marsh.
My understanding is that the Dog Designation Appeal has, is it 3 different designations in front of it, where the prohibited dog is the most severe, but then the one just the one step above that is dangerous dog. And so I am putting forward a motion to designate this dog, Bella, as a dangerous dog under the normal restrictions of a dangerous dog, with the muzzle and all of the other things that go along with it, including spading, but that would allow the owner to keep the dog.
I don't believe that we can do that, but Mr. Clerk?
Through Mayor Vanovic, the different levels of designation within inside the bylaw, there's the potentially dangerous, and prohibited. For the bylaw, it has sort of a different level. If the dog acts in a dangerous manner or has bitten somebody, then it's designated as dangerous. But the bylaw is clear that if the council finds the dog to be a pit bull, then it needs to be designated as prohibited.
The legislation is prescriptive. So the option now that's before us is to look at a different time frame other than 2 years. Councillor Fernandez.
My understanding from the representative of the Humane Society is that they work diligently on finding an appropriate home. They have homes already outside of the province that they've worked with some of these people. And I think maybe understanding the longer we prolong this for the family, the harder it is. Having a 2-year time frame is way too long for this family to have to deal with this. I'm willing to put a 6 months to 1 year time frame on this, and if something doesn't come back in that time frame, that it can come back to the Dog Appeal Committee and then we can review it again. But I think that that's the longest we should be putting this family through this.
Okay, so you're moving a year?
Yes.
Okay, is there a seconder? Seconded by Councillor Davey. Councillor Gazzola.
When do we get to vote for the recommendation that's presented before us here?
Well, if somebody had moved that, we could have, but right now what's before us is the recommendation that's before us by giving them a year to work with the Humane Society on finding a home for the dog.
Well, then,
that's the
can
motion.
I put this other one forward? I have to get it in line to...
Well, if you click in after, if this fails, then I will
I have
gladly
to
come
click
to
in
you.
fast. I can't put them pre-orders like the rest.
Okay.
I will do that.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Gazzola. Recorded vote again. All those in favor? All those opposed? That is carried. So, Mr. and Mrs. Pettigan, you have, the council's decided that we're upholding the decision of the Dog Designation Appeal Committee. However, we've provided for you to work with the Humane Society up to a year to find a home for your dog. In the event that during that year you can't successfully do that, you can return to the to the Dog Designation Appeal Committee and request an extension. Okay? Thank you. Okay, thank you very much. Okay, we'll now move on to our biggest item on the agenda, and that's CIS report item number 5, the Union Street bike lanes. And we have, I believe, 11 delegations plus some written letters to be read into the minutes. And so we'll start with our first delegation, which is Mr. Gary Chard.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor and Councillors. I'd like to just take a second to introduce our delegation from Union Street. Could I have them stand, please? They're supporting the presentation tonight. A couple of Mondays ago, I indicated that we have a bike-friendly environment on our street, now with adequate safe parking, and that the road diet changes would make our street more dangerous, specifically for residents to cross mid-block, in that the research shows that you are 5 times more likely to die as a result of this practice. Tonight, our delegation would like to share with you the results of a petition which is firmly against the road diet plan for Union Street, and some cycling counts that were done last week. And our next speaker will be sharing those results. We as residents have 2 major areas of concern that we'd like to address tonight: bike lane safety and the City of Kitchener community consultation and engagement process that was totally unsatisfactory in regards to the road diet proposal for Union Street. It looks like Councillor Snyder is interested in the latter as well. First area of concern, bike lane safety. In reading over the city's master cycling plan, the city will spend millions of dollars over the next 6 to 8 years and beyond on cycling projects. Yet I could find no data on the research into the safety of bike lanes, since this is the issue with which we're dealing. Is it just assumed that they are safe? Because I can find lots of evidence that they're not. There's a whole school of thought advocated experienced cyclist advocates that refute this idea that bike lanes are safe. I have several sources to support this position that I can share with you, but I will only have time to give you a little bit of a sampling. This from Christine Code, a CAN bike instructor and national examiner. If you cycle regularly, there's probably somebody in your life who's just itching to tell you that the city ought to put a bike lane on every major street. It will be safer, they proclaim. Are they right? No. Bike lanes only do 2 things. They make life worse for cyclists, and they allow politicians and uninformed advocates to feel like they've done something for cycling. Here are some of the problems that bike lanes create. Bike lanes cause turning and crossing conflicts for cyclists and motorists, thus encouraging cyclists and motorists to drive in an unsafe fashion. Bike lanes contain many additional road hazards for cyclists. Bike lanes lead to discrimination against cyclists. The solution? Wider curb lanes would be better than bike lanes for cyclists. This from Avery Burnett, cycling advocate representing the Safer Cycling Coalition in Ottawa. He believes that if cyclists follow the rules of the road and are properly trained, this ensures their safety much better than bike lanes. The most effective method of reducing cycle injuries is learning to drive a bicycle as a vehicle using virtually all the same rules as driving an automobile. Observational studies show that cyclists and motorists are more confused and make more errors where bike lanes exist. Bike lanes encourage practices which leave cyclists vulnerable. Panaceas will not solve cyclist problems. Bike paths and helmets were yesterday's panaceas. Today's are bike lanes. Bike lanes are being promoted without considering their adverse effects and in the absence of any evidence to support the claim that they are safer for cyclists. So the point is, bike lanes are not always safer and can make the situation worse off for the cyclists, the motorists, and pedestrians. So we have to ask a question. Why are we on the bike lane bandwagon? Are we not oversubscribing bike lanes? Second area of concern that I'd like to address tonight is the community consultation regarding the road diet for Union, which was not attended by our councillor, was very flawed, and was not designed to get true feedback from the community, but instead to discourage it. This is a huge concern for our community and the City of Kitchener going forward. The community consultation and engagement process for the City of Kitchener was tested recently, as was all components of the running of the City of Kitchener, by a group called Compass Kitchener, whose spokesperson was at the time now Councillor Sarah Marsh. She presented their report card on all areas of responsibility for the City of Kitchener. The city earned a C+ in leadership and community engagement for being open in dealings with its residents, but, and I quote from Sarah Marsh, the city must not only consult with its citizens, but show that volunteer feedback and citizen input is actually reflected in city decision-making. This was in the Kitchener Record. Where is the input from citizens then being reflected in city decision-making on the issue of road diets and bike lanes? You have received very consistent negative feedback from your neighborhoods, saying leave well enough alone. We don't agree with your plan, and you consistently ignore our feedback. If we were to grade you, I'm sorry to say, that would have to be a failing. Much improvement is needed. It is time for the city to stop and evaluate what has happened to this point in your implementation, and it seems more like an imposition of road diets on our city streets. Yes, as Councillor Gazzola said a couple of Mondays ago, this seems like West Heights all over again, and it is, and will continue to be in other neighborhoods if changes are not made.
Mr. Chard,
the comment was made.
Please. If you can wrap up, please.
Yes, I have one paragraph.
Okay.
The comment was made during the last Community and Infrastructure Committee meeting in response to our concern that it's only paint. We reject this dismissive comment. This is much more than only paint, as this plan affects the safety of our residents on Union Street on a daily basis, and it looks like it will affect many other Kitchener neighborhoods. Your neighborhoods are speaking to you. May your decisions reflect our opinions and receive more weight than lobby groups. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. We have one question for you at this point. Councillor Marsh.
It's not a question so much as, first of all, Mr. Chard, I really appreciate you coming in and speaking so articulately, and I welcome healthy challenging of our positions here as councillors, and so thank you. I do want to clarify that I was not able to make the meeting at the beginning of the meeting because I was busy at a different meeting that had been pre-scheduled ahead of time. And so I did come to the meeting afterwards just to clarify, but you already knew that. So just want to make sure that the gallery is aware that I am working hard to listen to the residents. So I'll leave it at that for now. Thank you.
Councillor Gazzola.
Yeah, I would just like to ask you, with the representatives that we have from your community, what percentage of the neighborhood that's affected would you say is represented here?
Oh, I didn't get a count of the number of people here.
Could you just give me an estimate of...
Well, it's got to be, what, 15% would it be? 10, 20% of the people? I don't know whether it's that much, but I was pleased with the showing tonight. We were asking them to come out and support what we were saying, so I thank them for coming.
Thank you.
Councillor Netsky.
Yes, you mentioned in your presentation that there was a petition that you had?
Yes, our next speaker will present that petition.
Okay, that's fine.
And some of the other presenters from our community will be a little shorter than me, so I apologize for going over time.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Those are all the questions we have.
Thank you.
Mr. Chard. Thank you. Next delegation is Jeanette Jesperson. Okay, thank you. Next then is Gwyneth Mitchell. Welcome, Ms. Mitchell.
Thank you. Thank you, Council, for hearing me speak, and I'd like to thank my friends and fellow cyclists for coming out as well. Roads in the City of Kitchener are for everyone, not just motorists and not just homeowners. Many people choose to travel by bicycle, and many more would choose to do so if they felt safer. In addition to bike lanes on Union being part of the Cycling Master Plan, City staff also reviewed traffic operating conditions and found that there are concerns about speed and general traffic safety. Bicycle lanes on Union will help people who choose to bike to destinations such as Brightup Park feel safer and be safer, as well as keeping people who walk and motorists safer once speeds are reduced. Currently, there are 93 parking spaces. This will be reduced to 45, and City staff have found through their traffic study that these will be more than enough spaces. To not want to give up unnecessary parking spaces and to not have bike lanes just because a few people don't like the idea disregards the actual needs of other tax-paying citizens who live in the city. Between February and May of this year, cars were counted while parked on the street. The maximum number at any given day and time was 12. 45 spaces are more than enough. As a community, we need to share our spaces with each other. In addition to the studies done for parking, speed, cyclist traffic, and collisions on Union, transportation staff held a meeting on April 16th to hear from affected citizens. Not only was that consultation held, but staff went above and beyond by going door to door and speaking to people directly. They left brochures with contact information if no one answered the door. I believe that the city did everything possible to communicate with residents. Kitchener will be a better place if it's more accessible to more people. Quality of life will improve for everyone, not just a small group of homeowners. I personally do not own a car and ride my bike almost everywhere I go, all year, in the winter too. I often don't feel safe, but when I'm in a bike lane, it really helps. I've been hit by a car in the past, and so traveling around the city, getting to friends, family, or appointments can be a terrifying experience. Traveling on Union at present is not favorable to cyclists. When you experience near misses, rude and dangerous drivers who don't want you on their road, it can feel like your life doesn't matter, as if my chosen transportation makes me less of a person. But I'm an active member of this community. I live, work, and volunteer in Kitchener. I engage in my community in positive ways. With my volunteer work, I strive to make Kitchener a better place for everyone. I deserve to be safe. My life does matter. The studies have been done and have shown that there is space for all of us. I ask the people who live on Union to please share the space. Yes, things will change, but you won't be giving up much. Please consider the well-being and quality of life of everyone in the city. Whether you drive a luxury vehicle, a little clunker, get around by bicycle, bus, or your own 2 feet, everyone's life matters. Thank you.
Councillor Netsky.
Yeah, thank you for coming in and making your comments. A couple of questions. Do you live in the area on Union Street?
I live fairly close by downtown Kitchener.
Downtown Kitchener?
Yeah, near
Okay.
Victoria Park.
Okay, that's fine. Have you driven Union Street before?
No, I have ridden a bicycle up Union Street.
I mean, on bike that I meant.
Yes.
You have on bike been on Union Street. Okay. when you drive your bike on Union Street, it's a fairly wide street. Do you go down the middle of the road, or do you more or less go near the curb and travel that way, and let the main traffic stay in the middle of the road?
Well, I would do my best to avoid parked cars, so probably a bit more out in the road as to not get doored.
So more out in the middle of the road.
Yeah.
Okay. Have you been on West Heights Drive lately?
No.
Okay, because they have now put on the painting of the lines, and I was just wondering what your comments are, whether that's what you would expect on Union. But you haven't been there, so you can't comment. Okay, thank you.
Just one. Just one further question. Have you had a chance to either be out on it's one in your ward, East Ave or Lorraine Ave, and see the new lines there?
No.
No? Okay. I was just curious. Okay, thank you. Those are all the questions. Thank you very much. Our next delegation, Tessa Starkey. Welcome, Ms. Starkey.
Hello. I'll be reading a letter on behalf of a Union Street resident who was not able to attend tonight's meeting, but would like to have their opinion heard. As a resident of Union Street, I share the concerns of many of my neighbors who feel cars and trucks drive too fast down our street. At the initial public meeting, many residents expressed their concern for the safety of children who have no access to a crosswalk between Margaret and Lancaster streets. The proposed road diet is an evidence-based transportation strategy which benefits all road users, cyclists, drivers, and pedestrians. I am pleased that the city has proposed a solution to help improve the safety of our street. Portions of Union are straight and wide, creating the perfect condition for speeding. A road diet is a cost-effective way to reduce traffic speed and the severity of collisions that can result. A road diet does three things. 1, it creates a safer space for cyclists. 2, it reduces traffic speed. And 3, it increases the safety of the road space for everyone. Although parking spaces will be reduced, safety will be increased. Myself and others may feel the negative impact of moving parking away from our side of the street. However, reducing traffic speed is essential. I would rather be inconvenienced to walk across the street for parking than to see cars and other motorized vehicles speeding down my street. Successful examples of road diets are available all over North America in cities large and small. The road diet will greatly benefit our street, our neighborhood, and our city. I strongly encourage you to support this initiative. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We have several questions. Councillor Singh.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Did you say you live in the neighborhood? Or?
No, I'm reading the letter of a Union Street resident.
You're familiar, I'm sure it's for a friend, so you're familiar with the neighborhood?
I do not know the individual who wrote the letter, but I have been to the neighborhood.
Then I'll ask a question to someone who is more familiar. Thank you.
Councillor Etherington.
No question.
No? Okay. That would be all then. Thank you for coming in, Ms. Starkey. Our next delegation then is Levi Oakey. Welcome, Mr. Oakey.
Hi, Mr. Mayor. Thank you for having me here. I became interested in the Union Street bike lanes the night that I found out that we actually were going to have a consultation. I live on Edwin Street, which is runs right into Union. I've lived there for 5 years with my 3 kids and my wife. And when I saw the sign and realized the consultation, I would have to agree with the other Union Street residents. The consultation was difficult. One of the parts that I found the most difficult is that it only contained Union Street. So for myself living on Edwin, I use that road every single day. I do not own a car. Actually, 4 of my neighbors also do not own cars. We have no personal automobiles. We get around by bike, by walking, by the bus, scooters, you name it. And we use Union Street every single day. I would say that I would take at least 3 to 4 trips on it. My kids go to Bright Up Center to do swimming. It's our street. And so you use Union Street, it's a gateway to our community, which is a very diverse community. We have very mixed incomes. If you've looked at any of the demographics of Bright Up Park neighborhood, you'll have a house that's for sale for $1 million, and then you'll have a house that's rented out for, as low as they possibly can find. And in that community, in that diverse community, we really deserve a diverse gateway. One of the things that I always see that troubles me is my father-in-law is a accessibility bus driver, and he's told me about Union Lane, and I've seen this on the road. There's a number of people with accessibility issues, mobility issues, and they use Union Street to get around because that's how they get to Giant Tiger or wherever else. So I wish I could have I have the picture on my phone, but I've seen these guys going down the road on their scooters, and that's always a danger. And my father-in-law, he breaks his heart when he sees that. And I know that bike lanes are just one piece of that, but it's about having a diverse gateway, like I said. I have a few notes here still. I think one of the things that we have to remember is that when we're working on a street like this, it's there for a long time. Any changes that we make to the street, whether that be to rescind and say we don't want bike lanes, or if it is we're going to put bike lanes in, those will be around for 10 years. That decision is going to last. And for me, when I moved to this community, I moved to it because of its accessibility. I can actually, 15 minutes, I can get to uptown Waterloo, I can get to downtown Kitchener. I can get to the hospital in 15 minutes on my bike because I have no desire to own an automobile at this time. My children can bike to their school. My children can bike to Bluevale, which is, again, is going to be the route that they're going to take is Union Street. So, just for me, I find that the idea that we're going to set in stone, I guess, for the next 10 years or whatever, that we don't want bike lanes on this road because we need more parking. I find it very disheartening for me. We're devoting 9 meters of that roadway to cars right now, and I don't even have one. And a bunch of my neighbors don't have them. And I ran a local soccer program for kids under the age of 8 through the neighborhood association. And one of the big drivers for us was the same thing. People that did not have cars and wanted somewhere to go locally. Kitchener Soccer Club is amazing, and I would highly suggest going there, but you have to go out to Bud Park to get there, which is all the way across town. For some of us, including refugees that are in our community, we don't have that ability. So we ran a local soccer program so that you didn't have to go as far, so you could walk to get there. And I just see Union as that's the roadway that we're all going to use, and right now that asphalt's devoted to cars. So that's all I've got.
Thank you, Mr. Oakey. We have several members of council with questions. Councillor Singh.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor and Mr. Oakey. So you're obviously familiar with the neighborhood, having living on Edmund Street. So I think you picked up on some questions I was going to ask the demographics of the neighborhood, and you said it already. That is very diverse. So it includes people who own vehicles and those that do rely on other modes of transportation. So you are quite comfortable with having bicycle lanes and a recommended, road diet as well as is being proposed by staff?
Definitely. In my opinion, it's not far enough. I'd like to see better protection for the crosswalks, for one thing. I do think the crosswalks right now, getting across Union Street with a stroller or anything else is not great. If you actually look at the trail network at the end of at the end of Union as it gets close to Margaret, there's a cross of the trail there that my children take a lot. And right now there's nothing planned for that. But the bike lanes are a step that I think is going to be huge for us.
Right, and so predominantly the access for parking that's on the street, it's not for particular individual home ownership. That's for everyone, and if there could be a cross section of that roadway usage, that would be preferred. ideal situation, correct?
Yeah, like I think maybe you can just clarify your question quick, just before I...
What I'm saying is some of the pushback that we're getting is that there will be lessening of spaces available for parking on street. And for someone that lives in the neighborhood but doesn't live on Union Street, so you're not immediately affected, but still you live in that neighborhood. So I wanted to take your opinion. How do you feel about that loss of parking? Do you feel also that predominantly the space in front of your house is kind of individual kind of possession, or it's there for everyone and it has to be more equitable for additional usages as well?
It's there for everyone for me.
Good. That's how I want to just reaffirm that point.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Councillor Schneider. Thanks so much for coming in and sharing your experience. I just wonder if you could, on a scale of 1 to 10, so 10 being safe, 1 being unsafe, how would you currently rate the safety of Union Street?
I'd probably put it at like a 4 or 5. It's an extremely wide road, so there is that going for it. When there are not parked cars, which happens to be most of the day, it's okay. But when you actually have 2 cars parked beside each other, that's when you start to notice the danger. So the one car will be parked coming this way, the other this way. You're going to pass around it, and there's a car coming along with you. Suddenly you feel that squeeze, you feel that tightness, and you see that the driver himself is slowing down and is cautious. And one thing that I will say is I would never let my kids bike on Union Street right now. And I do let them bike on East Ave. I've actually taken them to East Ave and we biked on East Ave on the lanes because they thought that was amazing. My son, again, I would love to play the recording of him, but just before I left here, he's like, they should put bike lanes on every street in Kitchener. So, yeah, he loves it. When he sees them, he loves it. So.
Okay, well, you just answered my second question about experiencing using bike lanes, so thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Councillor Marsh?
Leave, I just want to thank you for coming in, and I was going to ask you if you thought it was worth exploring the need for a crosswalk along that stretch of Union, and you already answered that question in yes.
Yeah, for sure. I think the neighborhood is changing drastically. I mean, we have Victoria, what do they call it? It's this new Victoria Plaza that they're doing up in that area, and there's a lot of young families moving in. We've seen that. My child just started at Prouder, and the kindergarten class is maxed out. They've got 2 of them, and it's a huge class, and you're seeing that across the board. And that was part of when doing the kids' soccer program. We've seen that as well. A lot of young families moving in, and a lot of them are walking with their strollers. So they're going to school, they're going to Prouder, they're going wherever else. They're going to Right Up Park, and they need crosswalks to get across those roads.
So, based on what you said earlier about your one of your children feeling safer on East Avenue, I'm just wondering, do you anticipate that if the bike lanes go in on Union Street, that you would feel safe allowing your children to cycle on Union Street?
First day. We'd be out there on the first day. Okay. I'd be the one biking down it with like the streamers on the back and maybe pop cans bouncing.
Okay. I mean, there are those who are opposing the bike lanes who are saying that it is safer and that cars and cyclists can, coexist. And so, and I want to listen to that perspective as well, and I want to hear what is your opinion about that.
I went to university in Montreal. So when I was actually going to university there, they went through their profound change in cycling. And I will say there were growing pains for sure. The same growing pains I'm seeing in Kitchener. So there was growing pains there, but you now have a city that was ranked in the top 10 in the world for cycling. You have massive amounts of cyclists. If you've been there recently, you'll see the only place I've ever been hit by a car, on de Maisonneuve, they put a 2-way bike lane on a 1-way street. And there was a lot of us cyclists actually that were opposed to it originally. But now you go on de Maisonneuve and it's packed with cycles. And everybody's using it. You've got tricycles with people that have mobility issues. Again, that helps with that. You've got everything on there, and it's amazing to be part of that. And so I've gone back to Montreal a couple times to visit friends, and it's way safer. There's no doubt about it.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Gazzola.
Yeah, did I hear you say that your children don't bike on Union?
Yeah, they bike on the sidewalk. I won't let them bike on the road on Union.
Yeah, that's good, right?
Yeah.
But you stated, and it's an interesting, on a scale of 1 to 10, right now we're at 4 or 5. What would the scale be when we put those, if we put those bicycle lanes in?
These are unprotected bike lanes. Like there's no real divider between me and the traffic. I think when the last drawing I saw, it's literally one white line between traffic and yourself. So I'd put it closer to like maybe a 7 to 8, which is, again, it's an improvement. It's better than what we have right now. And in terms of the safety of my children, I would definitely feel better. It's a 1.5 meter lane. So a kid's bike now fits in that 0.5 meter on the far side, and they have a meter buffer, and then they have a little white line that helps them between them and the traffic. And that lets actually, the best thing about those is that it lets me actually bike in between the parked cars, the child, and the traffic. So I'll be right in between those, so that helps them feel a little safer.
How do you find with the children on the sidewalk? How does that work?
It's great until you meet a senior citizen or someone with disabilities, and they're biking. It's basically everyone feels awkward about the whole situation. Someone's having to step to the side. You've got someone who might not have mobility issues. They have to move to the side. Yeah, it's great if there's an empty sidewalk, if no one uses the road, which happens to be that side of Union Street, because it's hard to cross.
I use the sidewalks a lot. That's why I'm...
Yeah. It's okay for the most part until you meet somebody else, right?
Yeah, I have an interesting comment about that, but I will save it. Thank you.
Councillor Nutsky.
Yeah, thank you for your comments. On Union Street, the portion that goes through Bryda Park, that S sort of curve there, how would you find bike lanes in there? And that's pretty narrow in there too, isn't it?
I mentioned this at the consultation. I don't go on there. I go on the trail. There's a trail that bypasses the S bend.
There's a trail that runs through there. So
Yeah.
you take that instead?
I would take the trail.
Okay, appreciate that. When you bike down Union Street, and you said it's fairly wide, do you bike along the curb portion, or you bike sort of more in the middle of the road?
I keep as close to the curb as I possibly can up until a parked car comes along. So, but up until that point, I keep as close to the right-hand side of it as I can.
So when you're biking along the curb, you feel more comfortable?
Yeah, in a case where there isn't lanes, for sure. It's usually the worst part of the road. That's the part that's usually decaying the most. So you also have to worry about that. You also run into sewer grates and stuff like that. But because, again, the width of the road, you can bypass those.
Have you been on West Heights Drive to take a look what they have done with bike lanes?
Sorry, not West Heights yet.
Okay.
But I've done East Ave, and East Ave is beautiful. I think that's definitely a step in the right direction for us. I think it's the best that I've seen in the city. I've often used the lanes out in Bridgeport. So after you cross the bridge, you'll see that there's a bike lane that goes out towards the country, and you can ride on that. And I've ridden on that frequently, and it's a nice.
Okay, I'm not familiar with that one because I haven't been out there. But my question is, with West Heights as an example, they put, you have the parked cars, and you have a bike lane, and then you have a middle road where the cars travel, and then the same thing on the opposite way, going the opposite way. With the bike lane now being close to the traffic going through, would that be safer or not safer as opposed to you biking along closer to the curb?
I think it's an interesting question. I think like from Montreal, my experiences in Montreal, because they have a few examples of both. Definitely the one that's a bit closer to traffic is nice. You'll also have ones where they've actually said, here's your parked cars, here's your meter of buffer, here's a nice raised area of pavement for you. That is great. And you're closer to the sidewalk then, and you're away from the traffic. But I know that there's also a lot of constraints on that. So even Montreal, where they have implemented that on a number of major roads, there's a number that they can't because of the sheer size. And so they've done painted lines closer to the traffic. And it's an okay transition.
I cannot appreciate what you're saying about Montreal because, of course, even in Kitchener, street widths are different. Are they 2-lane roads, 4-lane roads? How much traffic did it have, or really how little traffic is in the downtown area or away? So there's different factors that have an influence as to whether how safe they are, how congested they are, or whatever.
Yeah.
So I appreciate what you're trying to do as an example, but I'm not accepting it, unfortunately, on that argument. So, but biking, you say, when you're biking with your children, are you on the road and they are on the sidewalk?
I try to keep them on the road, actually, to be honest.
You're trying to do what, sorry?
I keep them on the road.
You try to keep them on the road.
So on Edwin Street, which is a very nice, quiet street, it does not have bike lanes, but it's a quiet street. I have taught my 5-year-old to bike on the road.
Okay, appreciate that. So a question raised about the rating. So if you rated Union Street about 4 or whatever, if you're biking on a sidewalk, what would you rate it that as?
Turned into the new rating engine. If I was biking on the sidewalk, in terms of safety,
Yeah,
pure
I guess that's what we're talking, the safety, isn't it?
In terms of pure safety, I would probably put it at like a 5 as well, 5 or 6. In terms
Even
of
though
like,
there's no cars there on the sidewalk, you only rated a 5.
yeah, because for me, when you're going down that way and there's somebody, say, gardening and they've got a hoe, it can very quickly get very dangerous. Another example that I hate to reiterate it, but when you're running into somebody that's on that portion, you can quickly turn into where you're riding on the grass, or on, in the case of Union Street, they've got these raised beds. So that's what you have to turn into to avoid hitting a pedestrian. So yeah, biking on the sidewalk is not safe.
Thank you.
Councillor Fernandez.
Thanks, Levi. You've been up there for a long time, and maybe you can't answer this, and maybe Mr. Reedman might be able to. But my understanding is that a certain size bike, so children with a certain radius of wheel are allowed to bike on the sidewalk.
Yeah, I think they are allowed to. They have the right to bike on the sidewalk.
I just wanted to establish that. That's all. I just wanted to establish that you were doing the right thing.
Yeah,
Okay.
I'm just teaching him just because it's easier. He finds it smoother and faster to go on it, and he likes to go fast. So biking on the sidewalk is bumpy, and it does cause more chance of accident.
Okay, thank you. Those are all the questions that folks had.
Thank you.
Elke Anton.
Hello, everybody.
Good evening.
I have a petition from the people on Union Street, and to summarize the results of that, it's 96% of residents rejected the road diet, 3.3% were in favor of it. We knocked on every door. 92 residences, 12 did not respond, 4 had no opinion, and that is the summary of it. And this is the petition. All the signatures are on there. I just put it together. Oops. Oops. Well, maybe you can do that. Thank you. Our street, short stretch of Union Street, has been so safe. I think it's one of the safest stretches in all of Kitchener, because we've never had, in 50 plus years that I've lived there, any major incident with either a car or a biker. We have cars, bikes, wheelchairs, motorized wheelchairs, we have skateboarders, we have inline skaters. Everybody is using our road, and I don't see them in any trouble or bothered by going down our street, because it all looks very orderly. And like I said, I've lived there for over 50 years. So my problem is, you want to designate parking to just one side of the road, and that puts a lot of people in danger. Because if I have to back out with all the cars parked on my side of the road, my car's already over a meter on the driving lane before I can even see traffic coming. So in that, if you have it on my side or the other side, it doesn't make any difference. It just puts whichever people in danger on that side. And I don't think that is fair, because I just read a few days ago that every Canadian has a right to safety, no matter what the issue. So why do we on Union Street have to fight for safety? It just doesn't make any sense to me. So we feel the design of the road is flawed and dangerous. So I have to look. Now, on East Avenue, I heard the road diet has been put in. I heard that two trucks passing each other on the driving lane have to watch that their side mirrors don't get knocked off. And I also heard already that bus drivers had problems on East Avenue. I don't know the particulars of that, but that there were some complaints about it. So we on Union Street, we strongly, almost beg, leave things the way they are, because they've been so safe. And why make it unsafe for people when there is really no need for it? So, but in case that you do want to go ahead with this, then I would say all the people on Union Street, we want it on record that we said this is dangerous, and I want that on record on City of Kitchener, and also we make sure that it is with the police department, because if one of us gets hurt because of this road diet, then we want the blame to go where it really should be. So it's just, we're just asking kindly, please leave it the way it is. It has been safe, and I don't see why it shouldn't be for the next 50 years. Thank you for listening.
Thank you very much, Ms. Anton. I have several members of council that have questions for you. First of all, Councillor Singh.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Ms. Anton, I just wanted to be able to say to you, or be accountable of what my decision will be. Or be accountable of what my decision will be, that some of the facts that you're presenting are contrary to what we've heard from our staff, from our experts, from the data that's available to us. Just I wanted to be able to say that to you. And that's why I'm of the opinion that I don't think the street would be less safe. I think it would be more safe. Cars would be driving slower. And I just wanted to be able to say that to you, but I still appreciate you wanting to present your view and your concerns that you have.
Can I answer to that?
Sure, of course you can, yeah.
What I forgot to mention is we also counted bikers on 2 days, once on a Friday and once on a Monday. The dates are on the petition there that I handed in. And one was 31 and one was just a few more a day from 7 a.m. to 7 p.m. That does not coincide with what the city wanted us to believe, the traffic that we have. And another thing that we noticed was that bothered us a bit is the traffic department put out, they got 9 letters of comments after the Pruder School meeting, and underneath it says, 12 letters said this, and 5 that, and 5 that.
Well, that's fine. I understand that you do dispute some of the information that staff brought forward.
Yes, it was improper. It was not correct.
That's fine. But for myself, I just wanted to say, and I'm just trying to be accountable to you. At the end of the day, I do represent you as well when we make decisions here. That even if it was just one bicyclist, and if they were more safer being able to ride there, and it allowed and encouraged that more usage of that roadway, a diverse way of motor vehicle and a bicyclist, I think it's a better, positive direction and positive change in my mind. But I thank you very much. I appreciate you bringing forward your concerns.
Yeah, but doesn't it count if to make people unsafe?
Ms. Anton.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, well, hold on. There's still one more person that has questions of you, okay? But what we're trying to do is council can ask questions of you, and if they do, then you can respond. Councillor Marsh.
Okay. Thank you for coming in. We've spoken many times.
Yes.
And I do appreciate all the work that you and your neighbors have also done to prepare for tonight. I really do appreciate all of that work. And I look forward to seeing the petition. Is it circulating? Okay. So, question for you. You know, you talk about safety being a major concern, right?
Yes.
That's
concern.
the main concern in your eyes, as well as loss of parking. The two, right? Yeah.
Parking is causing a big concern. Yes.
Parking is okay. So parking and safety. Just to clarify. So regarding the safety, my understanding is that the road right sizing that we are looking at here is designed to decrease the speed of traffic on the road and thereby making it safer for anyone crossing the road. This is what what they call road diets or road right sizing has done in other communities. When you heard other delegates, there were two others who talked about safety being their concern, and they are pro the bike lanes. Can you tell me what is your impression of that, of their hope for more safety by putting in the bike lanes?
Well, half of it, what you said, I couldn't understand. It was kind of not understandable. But you know our view. I told you with neighbors that if parking is on our side, just backing out, you take your life into your own hands. If it's on the other side, it's on the people are in the same position. So I have nothing against bike lanes. If people want lines, by all means. But I want to make sure that when I back out of my driveway, that I don't have to fear for my life. And I'm just saying this for me, but this goes for everybody.
Ms. Anton, can I ask you just move to the middle because we're on TV tonight and the microphones might not be picking you up.
I'm sorry.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
Go ahead, Councillor Marsh.
Okay, that's all the questions I have. Thank you.
Okay, Councillor Schneider.
Thank you for coming, Elka. You brought up backing out of your driveway if there were cars parked on either side of your driveway.
Yes.
Just to help me understand your street, what is the volume of traffic like on your street? Is there a lot of cars that go by, or is it moderate, light?
There is a bit more traffic, a moderate traffic when people go to work and come home from work. And otherwise, it is not very busy. But that doesn't mean that if you want to get out of your driveway, you can't assume, because this is the quiet time of the day, you can't assume that there's nobody coming.
Okay, thank you.
You know what I mean?
I was just trying to get an understanding of the volume of traffic on your street.
Yes.
And I understand that even if it is light, it can still be an issue.
Exactly. You know. And not just by cars. If there is the parking, then the buffer, and then bike lane, and you're on parking, you can be hit by a biker just the same than a car. You know, and then who gets blamed? The poor bugger backing out of their driveway.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you very much for coming in this evening.
Okay, thank you.
Our next delegation is Peter Deeds. Welcome, Peter.
Good evening. Thank you very much for allowing me to speak. Okay. Mr. Mayor, councillors and staff, the Cycling and Trails Advisory Committee voted to support the staff initiative for bike lanes and reduced parking on Union. Some background. In 2010, the city constructed a cycling master plan that was fully adopted and funded in 2012. I was present at that council meeting when the plan narrowly passed after it moved through committee. The rotunda at that point was packed with cyclists who were enthusiastically in support of a city committed to targeted cycling goals. It was this support that crystallized the CMP, its goals, funding, and the planned implementation of the cycling network. We have cyclists here today. I'd ask if they would rise, indicating their support. Not as many as the last time, but we shouldn't have to come to every one of these things. In 2015, it seems that a minority of residents can stall the previously planned implementation of cycling infrastructure, and it's unfortunate. We have committed and engaged staff, and they're ready to enact the plan. We have metrics diligently compiled, and we now have a design handbook, OTM Book 18. But the bugaboo has always been free residential on-street parking and its preservation regardless of its usage. The space currently devoted to this parking doesn't only belong to the residents, especially on these meaningful connecting routes. It belongs to all citizens of the city. Staff has prepared a plan that keeps more parking than is currently used and uses that underutilized space to serve people who choose to use a bicycle to get to school, to work, or to shop. In many ways, our engagement of the community never reaches those who would use this empty space that way. In any case, it's important that we remain true to the goals of the CMP. We need to complete a cycling network that makes it safer for those who choose to use this mode of transportation. I shouldn't have to delegate project by project to ensure CMP-driven goals are met. The project should have an automated acceptance process that can only be slowed by a demonstrated, measured change in circumstances, not by fearful, ill-formed anecdotes or contrived statistics. It's time we joined the community of cities that move forward the agenda of fairer, safer transportation for all. That's everything I have.
Thank you, Mr. Dees. A few questions. Councillor Fernandez.
Thanks, Peter. Thanks for coming in. And I think you make a valid point when you say that should you come in for every road diet and cycling lane proposal. The cycling, were you on the committee when the cycling master plan was created?
No, that was 1 year before my time.
Okay. And would it be fair to say to the community at large that the cycling master plan is a vision for our city as we move forward into future decades?
Well, it's a number of things. I mean, there's a visionary component to it, but there are certainly goals that are set in it as well. There's a priority network that is to be put in place. That is set in it. So we have a number of things that comprise the cycling master plan. It's not just a visionary thing.
Okay. I guess the point that I'm hoping we're going to sort of make and come to is that for the most part, I mean, I've been a city councillor for 5 years, and I didn't know about the cycling master plan until I became a city councillor, and I cycle actively. Is it possible that maybe some of the challenges would be that the cycling master plan or the vision of how we see our city moving forward with cycling lanes and trails and interconnectedness is maybe not being projected well enough into the public realm, so that the citizens across the city will understand that the rationale for all of these road diets and these bike lanes.
Well, we do know that about 80% of the citizens of Kitchener are really interested in riding their bikes more. This is data that was garnered by the city in its own survey. So we know that there's a demand for that. I don't think that we really indicate what our priority network is to the general public. It's available. Staff has generated it. I do know that the Cycling and Trails Advisory Committee certainly promotes it and has consistently been in favor of staff positions as regards that priority network. So it's not through our fault that it's not out there.
No, absolutely, and I'm not indicating that, Peter, because I mean, I talk about cycling all the time, both to the committee when I'm on the committee, but many times when I'm out in public. I think that, but I guess my point is that is there a way that you see these proposals moving forward in the future that would possibly eliminate the need for you and some of the cyclists that are here tonight that come consistently to lobby and support these proposals? Is there a way that you think we can define that or get that message out better?
Well, a lot of times, I think if we look at some of the infrastructure that we build in the city that is not cycling, that is not traffic, let's talk about, let's say, sewer mains or things like that. We don't allow cliques of unelected, neighbors or residents to make those decisions, right? They don't get a chance to have a say in that. But yet, every time it comes to this type of project, we allow unwarranted weight to a neighborhood when those streets don't belong only to them. I do understand that they live on them. I live in a great neighborhood, but people go through my neighborhood. And I think that happens in every neighborhood. People go through them. And we have to respect the fact that people are going to use those streets. They are not the property of the homeowner or the resident. They're the property of all of us here in the city of Kitchener. We want to make sure that we're using those assets as wisely, as broadly, that move as many people as we can. And when we can do it for really pretty little money, the money that we spend on cycling in this city is pretty low. We get pretty good bang for the buck. We got great staff. I'm really proud of them.
Okay. So. Thank you so much for your time, Peter.
Councillor Netsky.
Thanks for coming in again. You bicycle down Union Street?
Yes, I do.
Okay. When it's a fairly wide road, as has been described by other residents here, do you bike right now along closer to the curb or more or less down the middle of the road?
My typical place to ride a bike on Union or pretty much anywhere is about a meter away from the curb. And if I'm skirting a parked car, about a meter away from that. I like to stay away from the debris, from potholes. I'm an experienced former racer, so I have got very little fear, and that's not who I'm delegating for.
And you're a different breed because you're a pro biker sort of thing, and whereby a lot of other people are just recreational, just getting to work, to wherever they are. But you're more into the racing component of it.
Well, I'm fearless. I'm one of those 1% of people that will ride anywhere. But this is not why we're building this infrastructure. We're trying to build infrastructure that people that are on bicycles from 8 to 80 can feel comfortable using. And that's really what the goal should be. And if we're not building that type of infrastructure, then maybe we're building it wrong.
This issue was dealt with the West Heights back a little while ago, as you're familiar with it, and just last week they always put in all these new lines. Have you seen them?
Yeah, I have.
Okay. Are you comfortable the way they are now? Now that you, instead of biking close to the curb, you now bike in the middle of the road there, close to where the traffic is, in the bicycle lane?
I think what happened with West Heights in particular, now that we're raising that issue, is the travel lanes probably are a little bit narrower than would be optimal. What that does result in is a slower traffic speed. So I think their travel lane widths are pretty close to what East Avenues are. I know that in talking with staff that we've gotten about a 10 or so kilometer an hour reduction in 85th percentile speeds. So we're actually getting people driving the speed limit on East Avenue. I would probably say we're probably getting the same kind of impact on West Heights. Not the greatest design being a compromise, but I think maybe we might be getting the right impact.
So you're happy with what West Heights looks like then? And that's what will be more or less would be on Union as well then?
So West Heights, the challenge with West Heights is I think there's a higher traffic volume on West Heights than Union, and I think the road widths are not quite concurrent, but I think I'd be completely pleased with that. West Heights is parking on both sides. They've tried to preserve parking on both sides. We won't have that same issue with Union, so I think there'll be a little bit more road width, I think a little bit more space.
And when you go through Braddock Park along Union, do you go along the road or you take the trail?
I'll take the road.
I
would take the road.
take the road, even though it's much narrower there and more
I'm faster
constricted.
than them.
I'm sorry?
I said I'm faster than them.
Outrace the car, right? All right, thank you.
No problem.
Councillor Gazzola.
You stated that 80% of our citizens would like to cycle?
Yep.
Where did that figure come from?
That came from a City of Kitchener-driven study. It should be on the Bike Kitchener website, and I'm sure you can find that information at hand.
Yeah. What percentage of citizens do cycle? As a mode of transportation.
As a mode of transportation. Well, I think our modal share is probably around 3%, and that would be the trip. That would be every trip, right? So if we're talking trips to the grocery store, trips to the doctor, trips to work, trips to school, we probably have about 3% modal share right now.
Yeah. Do you feel that these people from Union Street that are represented here, do you feel that they are sincere in what they're saying?
I think they are. I think that they really want to keep their parking. That really is where their sincerity lies. Keeping parking, keeping things the same. And I think it's the change that is difficult. But we also know that neighborhoods that have gone through this, Lorraine, for example, they largely opposed, and yet we've put in the lanes, and after the fact, after a year, they've been pleased with the results. So we also know that people's minds can be changed after they've been put in. So, until we put them in, we can't truly know what's in their mind.
Yeah, the reason I really asked you that question, though, is that these people aren't the ones that you're calling fearful and ill-informed.
I think they are afraid of being changed. They're afraid of the change, and they're ill-informed with respect to the consequences.
Ladies and gentlemen, if I can just...
That's okay.
Dave, everybody, I'm asking everyone and reminding everyone again to please show respect for each other's viewpoints. They've listened to you. We're asking you to listen to them, okay? Please continue.
So with respect to safety, for example, we know that narrower travel lanes slow down cars. It's a fact. There's nothing anecdotal about it. It's fact. It's proven. We've proven it in our own city here. And so we can see that in that neighborhood, they will be happier with cars going through their neighborhood slower. And it is a gateway street. People use that to connect themselves between Margaret and Lancaster, and they will connect themselves by car, and they will connect themselves by bike. And we're just saying, let's make it easier and safer for the ones that choose to make that connection by bicycle.
Okay, Councillor Schneider.
Thank you, Peter. Do you also drive?
I also drive.
Okay. Just one, from your experience of going down streets both as a cyclist and a driver, you've mentioned that you've sensed that some traffic has slowed down as a result of the narrowing driving lanes that enable to put the bike lanes put in. Is that correct?
Absolutely, yeah. So East Avenue connects my neighborhood to my parents' neighborhood. I like the free food.
Okay.
So, but in all seriousness, yes, because the constraint might be artificial because it's just paint, but there is a constraint, and that does slow down traffic, and we have measured it, and your staff can tell you what the change has been.
Okay, you mentioned Lorraine Avenue as an example of, it's one of the first streets that had this done, and there was a lot of questions and uncertainty about it. But in your experience, both as a cyclist and driver going down that street, how would you describe that?
Lorraine's not my favorite of our bike lane implementations. However, it is infrastructure. We put it in, people use it, and it seems that the neighborhood is satisfied by it. So would I say it's one of the best bike lanes in the city of Kitchener? I'm going to say no. But we are learning as we are moving forward, and we are making better and better infrastructure choices. And I think maybe had we been doing that today, we might have designed it a little bit differently. But is it the worst thing? No, it's better than what we had.
Okay, and just from our standpoint, knowing that there are opposing views on things, West Heights Drive, you mentioned that's where we reached a compromise. We're able to on that. even though the bike lanes are smaller than what you would like, do you still find them satisfactory?
You know, I think we're going to wait for some metrics that staff's going to generate. Really, that's what we have to make our, I can say intuitively, maybe, but really I think we need to wait for the metrics to be generated by staff, and that's going to happen. The tube counters are going to go down, and we'll see what the speeds are like, and we'll see what the usage rate is like, and we'll see what the cycling uptake is like. We're going to learn those things, and we're going to use those going forward to make better choices as we enact our cycling master plan.
And as a cyclist, even though those lanes are smaller, you wouldn't sit there and go, well, they're not big enough, so forget it, I won't drive on that street?
I'll use them. It was funny, Mr. Oki, who spoke earlier, talked about getting his kids on those lanes. My kids started riding their bikes when they were 5. My youngest is 5, so he's pretty new, but learning the rules of the road right away, and no problem getting him down East Avenue towards my parents. So I'm thoroughly in favor of these types of projects.
Okay, thanks very much.
Okay, Councillor, that's all.
Thank you,
Mr. Deeds.
Thanks very much.
Thank you. We have 4 more delegations. The next one is Mr. Albert Luft. Welcome, Mr. Luft.
Mr. Mayor and councillors, I'd like to thank you for the opportunity to speak to you tonight. And Councillor Dranecki, I thought you were going to steal my thunder tonight, because my topic is what happens to traffic driving through Bidas Park. At the present time, bicycles driving up Union Street in single file continue that way through the park. This allows the cars to pass them and continue on their way to Margaret Avenue. With the proposed plan, we will have the road controlled by sharrows. This means that bicycles can come off of their bike lanes at the entrance to the park and take control of the full road at their own speed, and that cars must stay behind them until they reach Margaret Avenue. This is not the end. According to sharrows, the bikes still have control of the road, and the cars must still wait behind them before they can start to cross Margaret Avenue. If their bikes are making a left-hand turn towards Kitchener, crossing the road could still take a long time, especially since the Margaret Avenue Bridge has just reopened and traffic volume will increase. This is the reason why most of the residents on Union Street have told us that they are not in favor of the road diet for our street. I have something that I might add to Elka's report. Somebody asked her the number of cars in an hour that go up the street. I counted them for 2 hours. There was 254 the first hour and 156 cars the next hour. So that's the volume we have. Thank you very much. Are there any questions?
Okay, thank you, Mr. Luft. There don't appear to be any questions for you. There aren't any questions for you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Michael Purvis. Not here? Okay. Conrad Moring. Welcome.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen of the council. Conrad Moring had to leave for an appointment, but he did want to make it clear that he's 26 years old and has lived on Union Street his whole life and has been biking his whole life, and went to the University of Waterloo and commuted and worked as a cyclist. and that he felt very safe with Union Street being as it is, without the road diet. And is it all right if I add something?
Sure. Well, if you can also tell us who you are.
Okay. Well, my name is Jennifer Werzak. I've lived on Union Street, renting a room for a little over a year now. I'm an avid cyclist. I plan lots of bike trips for the University of Waterloo's Outers Club. I love cycling, and I regret that the atmosphere in this room has been non-cycling residents versus cyclists of the community. I am a resident on Union Street, and I am also a cyclist. Unlike most of the cyclists here who have showed up to offer their support for a more interconnected community of cycling, these cyclists don't actually use Union Street on a daily basis. If they did, they would know how safe it feels to cycle on Union Street. There's lots of space. I find that drivers are extremely respectful of my space, and Conrad Moehring made it clear to me that he feels the same. So we are of the two, I guess, circles in this Venn diagram. Conrad and I sit in the Vesica Pisces. We're right in the middle. We both drive, we both bike, we both live on Union Street and commute daily, and we both feel that the road doesn't need a diet. However, we do understand that some of our neighbors would prefer drivers to slow down for the safety of kids and people crossing the streets. Conrad suggested just simple stop signs to slow down traffic would be more than enough, rather than implementing a lot of changes to the roads.
Okay, thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, there's no applause permitted in the council chamber. Thank you. Last delegation that's registered is Mr. Mike Bowes. Welcome, Mike.
Thank you. Does that work? Can you hear me? Good evening, Mayor, members of council, and staff. I'm here tonight in my capacity as a member of the Tri-Cities Transport Action Group and TriTag. Oh, sure, we'll do the, I feel like I'm in a James Bond movie with this, that's great, I think. Can you all hear me?
Yep.
Perfect.
Thank you.
And so our goal is to make it better to walk, bike, or take transit in Kitchener and through communities throughout Waterloo Region. And I just, before I get into what I planned on saying, I just wanted to make a few points. First of all, now that Margaret Avenue Bridge is back open, I plan on actually biking Union every day, year-round. So I am a person who bikes on Union on a regular basis, or will be once again. The Cycling Master Plan, which was approved in 2010, contains, a wealth of research comparisons with what other cities have been doing for cycling, it has developed a network based on the best practices of how to cover and reach each and every neighborhood in the city of Kitchener. It's what some folks call a minimum grid. This is the minimum you need to link every neighborhood and business area together by bike. And now we also have Book 18, which I have to say it's provincial policy that is effectively saying that the idea of what's called vehicular cycling, the idea that you don't need bike lanes, you just need everybody to be better behaved. That was an idea that North America had from the 60s up to, the last decade. And we're realizing, especially as we look to Europe, where not 1% or 2% of people bike, but 10, 20, 30, 40% of people bike in certain areas. It's the infrastructure that makes the difference. And so the Cycling Master Plan sets out a network of infrastructure for people to be able to bike anywhere throughout the city. And I was reading it yesterday and found an interesting quote. The extensive community effort that established the overall directions of this plan and the recommended network must be respected. Therefore, specific changes to the recommended network should be evaluated in the context of such a decision's impact upon the overall network and accompanying vision for cycling in the City of Kitchener. Tonight we've heard arguments against implementing part of the Cycling Master Plan, but I don't believe I've heard a credible suggestion tonight for how to compensate for the gap in the network that leaving out Union would create. And I urge you tonight to stick with the plan and ensure that residents of every neighborhood in the city have access to the minimum grid. I'm also aware that there's a motion, if I may address Councillor Schneider's motion concerning public consultations for implementing the Cycling Master Plan network. We are generally supportive of a better process, but we think that the current process has a couple limitations. One is that it's given the idea that a neighborhood has a veto over changes to a street. When streets are public infrastructure, they're not private driveways, they belong to the city as a whole. And so we think that whatever public consultation process comes out of this should reflect the shared community interests. Second thing we'd like to suggest is that we enable staff to pursue more pilot projects, a lighter, quicker, cheaper approach that allow us to, with temporary materials, temporary paints, use existing roadways and test out designs. And we can, instead of basing our judgments on a particular infrastructure on fear or what we think might happen, we can actually see, measure, and then decide, do we keep it, do we change it, or do we take it out? And finally, I'd just like to ask that this process not delay, cause us to lose the 2016 construction season. We've already seen 2 years of the Cycling Master Plan where it was approved but not funded, and let's not fall any further behind. I'd like to thank you for your time to hear me speak tonight and for your efforts to make our streets, the things that literally connect us all together, a better place for everyone. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mike. There's several questions for you. First one, Councillor Marsh.
Thanks, Mike. You gave a quote earlier from the time when the Cycling Master Plan was implemented or first approved. Who said that quote?
That was directly from the Cycling Master Plan.
Oh, it was written in the words. Okay.
Yep.
All right.
I think it's in the section of the recommended network.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Councillor Gazzola.
You were concerned that we're going to lose the 2016 period. I thought there's a possibility we're going to lose 2015, but why do you say we're going to lose the 2016 period?
Well, as I understand it right now, our staff have struggled to get the 2015 projects to go ahead. So right now, I believe the three main projects that came to the Cycling Advisory Committee this year, 2 of them are being implemented, and 1 could be pushed till next year. But specifically, if we are taking our planning staff and directing them to develop a new process that before they're allowed to proceed with any public consultations for new projects, then we could potentially see the time taken to develop that process and then go out and consult could cause us to lose another construction season. Have I made, does that make sense?
You're very clear, very clear.
Thank you.
You see, one of the concerns you have is that we have gaps, and we want to get rid of those gaps. Is Union Street now a gap that needs to be filled out?
Well, I know a few months ago this council approved cycling lanes on Union on the other side of Lancaster Street. And right now those are sort of, I guess you'd call it orphaned cycling infrastructure. They aren't connected to anything else in the city. By approving this project, we would see those bike lanes on the other side of Lancaster connected all the way through to Margaret Avenue, which has cycling infrastructure that takes you all the way downtown.
But why is there a gap? I understand there was just before you a young cyclist representing two young cyclists, and they stated that they use Union Street all the time now. And I know a lot of the other residents on the street use Union Street now, as it is. Why is that a gap?
So I think one of the previous delegates addressed that by saying we need to be designing our infrastructure for people 8 to 80 or even beyond the age ranges of 8 and 80. But if you look at research that has been done, you find that 1% of people will bike in just about any condition. I'm probably close to that category. About 6 or 7% of people will bike in many conditions, and probably on a street like Union. And so you're capturing, about 6 or 7% of the population there. Another 60% of the population would like to bike, but don't feel comfortable on roads as they exist. And so I see this as, it's not, Union Street bike lanes isn't for me. It isn't for the chair of the cycling committee, but it's really for, the 2/3 of people who wouldn't otherwise bike.
I asked previously the percentage of people that use cycling for transportation. If we go ahead with the plans on Union Street, will that figure change?
Well, I think that figure will change as we implement the network as a whole, of which Union Street is a part. What I fear is that we'll see a death by 1,000 cuts of this neighborhood says no here, this neighborhood says no there, and we end up with a Swiss cheese network that doesn't get you anywhere.
I guess it depends how you look at it. Thank you.
Thanks.
Councillor Yanetsky.
You indicated in terms of your comments that the streets, that when you're designed for a bicycle, part of the transportation network, or the bicycling network, is for the benefit of all residents so they can go across town and whichever way. And the residents who live in that particular stretch, which is this example here that we're dealing with, really do not own the street because it's a public road and it's for everybody, correct? So the residents really should have no say into this, as I would see it.
Okay. Unfortunately, I heard the bell, and I had more I would have wanted to say on that. And what I had wanted to say was that residents along a street do have an interest in that street. They are stakeholders. And, they are, to some degree, a special stakeholder because some of the changes affect them more than it does certain other people. But that are not the only stakeholder. And our process needs to address the broader community interests. Union is a collector road, and so by its very definition, it is a road that's shared by other side streets that feed into it. You have people going through it from other parts of the neighborhood, and you have people going from neighborhood to neighborhood through Union Street. So there is a shared interest that I think we need to recognize.
So, based on that comment that the public road is for public use, I guess, and it's a collector road that leads across the city, or that part of the city. I guess the issue of bicycling lanes is one factor, and the residents should not be that much concerned, but they are to a degree. And I guess the issue for the benefit of the city is bicycle lanes should be there, as well as bus routes should be there, as well as truck routes should be there, as well as increase in speed limits should be there, because it's a benefit for the whole city, and these residents really should not have a say into it.
So,
Councillor Yanetsky, we're not in a court of law here, right, in terms of the question. We're at the point here, and I've been giving everyone lots of latitude this evening, but our questions are to be questions of clarification, not trying to be antagonistic with delegations.
Okay, I appreciate your comments. You bike down Union Street?
I do.
Okay, do you bike along the curbside or down the middle of the road?
To be honest, it depends on where people have parked.
Yeah, but if there's no cars parked, where do you bike? I mean, it's not as if there's car after car after car. I mean, I heard there's cars parked here.
So I tend to, if I can, avoid riding through the gutter. Even on, the recommendations that the province gives out is to ride at least a meter out from the curb.
Yeah, that's fine. Yeah, because I don't want you to be right on the curb, going over the catch basins or anything like that. You've got to be a reasonable.
Yeah, so I'm going to be a meter or two out from the curb, and paying attention to who's around me, and what's up ahead.
Now, have you seen
when I've used the street, there are typically about a dozen cars parked on the street, which I think matches with staff counts. So, I can't hug that curb the whole time. I've got to be weaving around them somewhat, because at least half of those cars will be on that side of the street.
Do you bike down West Heights Drive?
Sorry?
Do you bike along West Heights Drive?
No, I haven't since the changes have gone in.
Oh, so you haven't seen the changes then?
So I do bike down
so you
Margaret.
You have not seen the changes in West Heights Drive? That's my question.
No, I have not.
Okay, thank you.
Those are all the questions we have, Mike. Thanks for coming
Thank you.
Those would be all the delegations that we have on this issue this evening. And so we'll now go to Clause 5 of Community Infrastructure Services. Councillor Ioannidis.
Thank you. It's been moved by myself, seconded by Councillor Frank Etherington. Do you want me to read the whole thing?
No, that's fine. I think folks know what the recommendation is. Did you want to make any comments or not? Not at this point?
No.
Okay, Councillor Gazzola.
I just want to ask staff a couple of questions.
Okay,
if I could. Yeah. The first question: when was the cycling master plan formally passed by council?
Through the chair, I believe it was 2010, and then funding was allocated and a staff position was allocated in 2012.
Okay, because I have a copy of it, and I thought it was dealt with in August of 2010, so I am correct on that. The other question I want to ask is that originally your involvement with Union Street was to do with, first I think it was traffic calming. Were there requests from the community to deal with traffic calming, or is that?
Mr. Reedman?
Through the mayor, the reason why we started work on Union Street with the planning component was outlined in a 2014 staff report titled INS-14-002, which was outlining all of the projects for the next 5 years to be implemented through the cycling master plan, and Union Street was a project to be started in 2015. Previously and through the process, we heard concerns of speeding on Union Street, and so this was not primarily a traffic calming project. This was primarily a bike lane installation project that was started.
Okay, just one other final question, and it's a question I wonder about often, and it's the idea of using using stop signs, stop streets as a traffic calming. There seems to be no appetite among our staff here to use that. And could you just explain that to me?
Through the mayor, the transportation planning principles and the guiding principles that the MTO sets around the use of stop signs does not recommend that it be used as a traffic calming device. A stop sign is meant to alternate the right-of-way of traffic at intersections, not traffic calming. So when they're used inappropriately, such as in traffic calming situations, it leads to a false sense of security that people will actually stop at the stop sign, and it leads to rolling stops when they're overused throughout cities.
Yeah, I find that hard to believe, but I'll go with it. Thank you. The other, may I also, dealing with the resolution, I would like to ask, there are two parts to the resolution. One part is being put forward as a deferral until there's another public engagement meeting. I would like to see the whole thing deferred for that public engagement meeting. So I would ask that somewhere along the line, the opportunity to defer the whole issue as opposed to passing part of it. Because if once half of it is passed, I think it's pretty common as to what will happen to the other half.
Okay. So, Councillor Gazzola, in terms of the deferral, you're asking for it to be deferred to when then?
Well, to whenever the other one is going to be deferred. It didn't state, it didn't give a date, so I didn't think I had to give a date either.
Well, it's deferred until the completion of the public consultation meeting.
Well, so when is that planned for? You
Mr.
tell me when
Weidman?
that's planned for, and I'll give you a date.
Through the mayor, we plan on doing that before the installation. So likely in November of this year is when we would plan to host a public meeting around that.
So you're asking essentially for it to be deferred until, part one to be deferred until the same time?
Until a week after the public information meeting.
I think probably staff will need more than a week. Mr. Weidman, what's reasonable?
Through the mayor, our turnaround time to post a report is about 3 weeks internally, so we would need about 3 weeks after the public meeting at a minimum, depending on when the next committee cycle or council cycle is.
Okay.
Okay, I don't have a problem with that, because if we're going to defer part of it, it's not going to be done in 2015. So 3 weeks is fine.
Okay.
But I think the two should come together.
Councillor Gazzola, I'll come back to you for the deferral so I can hear from other members of council. Councillor Marsh.
Thank you. So just to clarify regarding that last comment about the deferral of the second part, that was a deferral that we put forward so that we would get a chance to see which side makes most sense for the parking to go on. It wasn't to do anything other than that. A couple of questions of staff. The first is the first delegate tonight talked about, Mr. Shard talked about studies of bike lane safety, and I'd like to ask staff if you could comment on if in your expertise, if you've seen any studies of bike lane safety or lack of safety.
Mr. Weidman?
Through the mayor, the majority of evidence that I've seen and research that's been done is that if you build proper cycling infrastructure, safety improves. Based on the road diets that we've done in the city of Kitchener, the incidences of collisions have gone down in every single project that we've installed, and the speed of traffic on the street has also gone down.
So another delegate, and that's Mrs. Anton, talked about how in her many years on the street, 50 years, that she had not heard of or seen any collisions. Can you comment on the collision history of Union Street that you've seen?
Through the mayor, page 7-4 of the original staff report outlines collision experience on Union Street. In 2012, there were 7 collisions. 2013, there were 4 collisions. In 2014, there was 1 collision. And this is only reported collisions that are identified through the police database.
Okay, so were those collisions involving just cars, or were there cyclists involved?
Through the mayor, 4 collisions were just a single motor vehicle collision. The remainder were multiple motor vehicle collisions, and none highlighted any collisions with cyclists.
Okay, thank you. Regarding some of the delegates talked about looking for the need for a crosswalk along that stretch between Margaret Avenue and Lancaster. And can you comment on the potential for us to have a warranted crosswalk on that street?
Through the mayor, we would not install a crosswalk unless there was some sort of protection, like a traffic signal or a stop sign or a crossing guard, because it does also create a false sense of security. However, there's new legislation coming out from the province with new crossing legislation, similar to the PXO crossings that used to be used in the past. So we would go through a warrant process to look at if one of those crossings were applicable in the future once that legislation is approved at the province.
There is a park, and there are different factors that might warrant a crosswalk. I've had a chance to briefly glance at this a petition that was brought forward. A lot of work went into collecting these signatures. I'm wondering if you can comment. Can you just remind us how many residences are on this street according to your calculations?
Through the mayor, there's a total of 76 houses. That does not factor in the multiple unit properties that are located near Lancaster.
Okay. All right. Thank you very much. Those are all the questions I have for now.
Councillor Yanetsky.
Do we have a motion for a deferral from Councillor Gazzola on this right now on the floor?
I said I would come back to Councillor Gazzola for that motion, but I'm allowing others to speak because, as you know, you wouldn't have that opportunity otherwise.
Okay. Well, I'll speak to the deferral, and I think the issue is quite clear that if you're going to be approving one part of that recommendation right now, and then deferring the second part for the public engagement on it, you're basically getting a half a horse out of the stable, and then trying to deal with an issue that is already sort of approved, and now you've got to do in the second half of it. I think it's premature to approve the one part of it without the other. You really have to consider both parts together, and I'd be prepared to support the deferral so that we can look at both components of it and deal with the residents and hear the impact, hear their comments through the public consultation process.
Councillor Singh.
Yeah, I'll just speak to the actual motion, not the deferral. I think we need to make a decision on this, and I'm supportive of what's on before us as recommended by staff. I think onerous effort has been taken to allow for appropriate engagement and public dialogue to take place, and that's happened in this chambers as well. We've been able to hear from delegations on varying different views, and at the end of the day, I still say the same thing, that we need to ensure that our roadways are more equitable and ensure that we look to the future and adding and spurring more growth for cyclists' interests, as well as ease of ability for them to have access to the roadways as well. The only alternative is wider roads, more expensive roads, and a costlier infrastructure. I also want to compliment Councillor Marsh in her effort to facilitate the dialogue with the neighbourhood to be able to hear on the varying views, and perhaps even looking at parking on either side of the street. And because if she's supportive, ultimately I'm supportive of that, because if she sees it, I see there's benefit in what's being proposed by staff.
Councillor Galloway-Seelock.
I've heard, from staff, I've heard from the residents, I've heard from the cycling community, and I have my own views and opinions. Right now, what I see happening is the potential for deferral on the first clause, which in essence means we're not making a decision tonight. And if we don't make a decision tonight, there's no reason to have a public consultation on what side the parking is going to go on, because at the end of the day, if we don't support bike lanes, then there's no reason to have that next step. There's no reason to have a public consultation on what side parking should be on or shouldn't be on. So we have to make a decision on the first paragraph in order for the second paragraph to actually move forward. So I think we need to make a decision tonight. I don't think fundamentally what side of the street that the parking is going to go on differs the decision whether or not the bike lanes go or not go. So as I said, I've heard from the residents, I've heard from staff, I've heard from other residents and cyclists, and I supported the bike lanes on West Heights and everywhere else. I believe that we need to continue to move forward. There's an opportunity here to install bike lanes that will help to increase the diversity of modes of transportation on a collector road that we have in the city. And I think we need to continue to move in that fashion. I supported the cycling master plan, and I will support staff's recommendation in this one as well. I still do caution, as I did in committee, that the consultation with residents with regards to one side or the other. I think there may be some geography or things that the staff may be able to bring to the table, but I am concerned that it's going to pit one side of the street versus the other side of the street, because some might want to keep the parking on their side of the street. So anyways, that's up for... I'll move along with that because Councillor Marsh has requested that. However, I will support the first clause in installing bike lanes on Union Street.
Councillor Etherington.
Through you, Mr. Chair, in my opinion, we got three priorities here. The first involves neighbourhood safety for adults and adult pedestrians and their children. Second is a solution that residents on Union can live with in relation to reduced parking. And the third is a safer environment for cyclists on Union. I think, as with West Heights, Council can and should achieve all three after further consultation with those residents affected. I would also quickly point out that Kitchener has a huge list, it's approaching 100 or more, of roads and residents who would kill to gain any form of traffic calming on their streets, but can't do so because we can only afford to do 3 or 4 a year. I think it's 3 a year. This plan would slow speeding traffic on Union, and that's part of the reason I support it. And I will not support any total deferral proposed by Councillor Gazzola. The only other point I would make is I keep seeing this, and I see it every day in talking to cyclists and residents, that the type of people we see making the effort to come out here tonight. There surely can be a better way for cyclists to promote their cause with groups like this, so they would better get along as we move further down this road of making better facilities for cyclists. Thank you.
Councillor Fernandez.
Thank you. I wasn't on council when the cycling master plan was passed, but I became very knowledgeable through our cycling advisory committee about it, and made sure that I read it. I think one of the things that I've been seeing happening again and again is where we're pitting one group against another. And it's so unfortunate because the public roadways are exactly that, the public roadways, for all of us to use in safe manners and with an ability for us to transport ourselves in whatever way we choose to transport ourselves. And by pitting each other against each other, we're saying that we have more rights or more rationale to use that public roadway for another. I think we have to work together. This has to be not only a vision but a goal, that we create a community where all users of our public road of right ways feel comfortable and feel safe and feel that it helps them achieve the goals of their life, whether it's to go to work or to go to school or to go to their activities. Somebody asked me, not that long ago, what is this? It's like a cat and dog. What's with this anger and animosity? And I don't know. I mean, certainly if I look at the demographics tonight, there's definitely a different, demographic age-wise. I don't think that's what it is. But maybe what we have to do, and I know our staff has been looking at it, and Councillor Schneider has it in a motion tonight, to talk about some different ways of engagement. The media is here again. Maybe that message will go out further. Citizens of this city, we are looking at increasing our bike lanes. We are looking at increasing ways to traffic calm our streets in a different way, whether to stop the speed humps, which I think create another problem as well. So, my hope is that we can move forward and work together and be more positive as we move forward in these plans.
Councillor Ioannidis.
Yes, thank you. Through you, Mayor Verbanovich. I think as a council, we made a commitment to improving our infrastructure with regards to cycling when we passed our cycling master plan back in 2010, and then provided funding in 2012. And I know with our Environic study as well, cycling was one of the things that was looked at as complete streets was something that was an ask by the community. So I think I think we have to do our part in recognizing that, yes, the residents on the street do have some form of a stakeholder, but again, we have to look at this holistically throughout the city. And I won't be supporting the deferral. I'll be supporting the original recommendation. Also, just one point of clarification with regards to West Heights Drive, considering that's been mentioned several times tonight. I travel that daily, and I can tell you the way it's been implemented was a challenge, which is something that Councillor Schneider and myself have talked about, and we're going to be hopefully addressing later. But unequivocally, it has definitely slowed the traffic down, and I could say at least by 10 kilometers per hour. It is that significant. So I think if traffic calming is with road diets, with bike lanes like that, I think they go hand in hand.
Okay, Councillors Gazzola and Yanetsky, you've chimed in again. Councillor Gazzola, I'll be coming to you for the deferral. Councillor Yanetsky, you've already spoken. I'm not inclined to go around a second time. What?
Yes, I have spoken, but only on the deferral, but seeing how other comments is, I want to comment then on the whole thing. I was only speaking to deferral only.
Okay. I'll give you another minute or two.
Thank you.
Go ahead.
I only spoke on the deferral issue first because that's where I thought we were headed, but now that everybody wants to go the other way, I just want to provide my comments on this, that the bicycling master plan, when it did come forward back in 2010, basically the input along with the bicycling committee has basically been the interest of the bicycling committee and those who are interested in it. And when it's been noted in the papers and through public consultation, very few residents have shown up, only until it hits them that is now going to be on their street. The same comparison could be made with an official plan. When you adopt a whole variety of policies and land uses, and of course there's a couple of stakeholders and developers come out, and the rest of the residents are all quiet until they finally see something come on their street, and then they have an issue on it. And this is just another example of no input from the residents on the initial thing until it's in their backyard. And this is what we have here today. And I can probably still see that in the future as well. So based on that, and based on the comments from the residents here on both parties, and I appreciate both comments, I won't be supporting this recommendation at all, but we'll be supporting the deferral if that's where we head towards.
Okay, Councillor Schneider.
Thank you, Mayor Vervanovic. The cycling master plan took a lot of work, a lot of time, a lot of effort. Councillor Gazzola was on the cycling master plan committee. Council passed it in 2010, and we make staff implement it. And I think they have taken a lot of heat. My motion, a little later on, will deal with that, but I think we have to move on and move forward with this cycling master plan that was approved in 2010. Thank you.
Okay, looks like all the comments have been made, so I'll make mine before I take the deferral motion. Obviously, this issue continues to bring about a significant amount of dialogue in our community from people passionate on both sides of the issue. But as Councillor Schneider just indicated, staff have a professional responsibility, and that's to implement the direction of this council or previous councils in terms of policy documents that set the direction for the city and the work that needs to be done in regards to implementing them. And until or unless another policy document is approved that sets a different direction, that is the direction that we move forward on as a community. And hence, the cycling plan is a significant part of that. We did have a different policy when it came to traffic calming, and Council knows that we reviewed that, and out of that came, during this term of, I believe it was this term of Council, new processes, new directions in terms of how we were handling traffic calming. We were not going to be focusing as much on things like speed bumps and so on, but we were going to be looking at alternative measures going forward, because that's what we heard from the community, and it was also more cost effective, because speeding through neighborhoods and so on is a significant concern. So what we're dealing with today, and what we've dealt with in similar situations in recent weeks, has been the fact that folks are struggling with change. And I understand that, and I respect that. Change is never easy. But the realities are that we have heard time and time again from the citizens of our community that they want better cycling. They want a more complete, more balanced transportation network in our community that balances the needs of those driving their cars, those who are cycling, and those who are pedestrians. And that's what we're trying to move more toward every time we look at these issues. As council, our role is to balance the views of individuals that we hear from, as well as the views and the needs of the community as a whole, and to ultimately make a decision that isn't necessarily the right decision for one or two or X number of particular individuals, but that it's a good decision for the overall good of our community in the long run. And so as such, I believe that the recommendations that are here are consistent with that overall good and are consistent with the directions that this community has obtained input on in the past. And so I won't be supporting the deferral, and I'll be supporting the recommendation as is outlined in the report. So with that, I'll now go to Councillor Gazzola to move his deferral. Councillor Gazzola?
Yes, and I would also like to make some comments. My deferral would be to defer the whole, both paragraphs until 3 weeks after the public forum is held. That's very simple deferral. Now, if I could speak to the main issue, because I fear my deferral might not pass. And first to Councillor Schneider, I'm not saying anything against our staff for the cycling master plan. I'm not blaming anybody. I was on the committee. Cycling has come a long way in this community. In 2006, I think it was, when the first cycling committee was formed, there was no other member of council who would sit on it. And I volunteered to sit on it. And as a result of that, I became quite an avid cyclist. In the past 9 or 10 years, I'm as avid a cyclist as you can get. And I'm a mere 77 years old. And I cycle on all these streets. I cycle on Union Street. The point here that I'm trying to make is that master plans are not chiseled in stone. This was passed, and incidentally, it was interesting, it was passed in August of 2010, which was an election year, and summer meetings in an election year are not very well attended, but that's beside the point. It's an excellent document. Cycling has come a long ways in this community. The problem with master plans, you pass things which I thought were in principle, but you don't really get to see them till 4 or 5 years down the road when you start to implement them. If you look at this master plan and look at areas in the city, there's the map that people look at. Now, I'd like you to pick out Union Street and tell me what's slotted for that. If you're over 50 years old, I think you might have trouble seeing all that. The point is that, to me, it's a vision. And actually, it says Cycling Master Plan for the 21st century. Another 85 years to go. I think, but it's not a question. It is a good master plan, and it will get better. This whole issue of cycling really centers around, I don't know if people are familiar with Oklahoma, the musical, The Farmer and the Cowman. This circles around the cyclist and the motorist. They have to learn to respect each other, and they have to learn to coexist. And that's where we have all our problems. That's where safety issues come into play. That people don't understand each other. And if you're a cyclist and a motorist, if you sort of split your loyalties between the two, I think you have a much better understanding. But we have to go a long way, and that's what we have to do. We don't have to move the candy dish. We have to learn to get along. And until that happens, we're going to have these arguments carried on forever. Over the years, I must say there's been some minor changes in some growth in cyclists. I don't see a humongous growth. When I ask, there are 3%, 5% of people that use cycling as a main form of transportation, 12 months of the year. I talk about a minority interest. Painted lines will not be magic as far as I'm concerned to promote this coexistence. It goes beyond that. There has to be an education, a big education of how people get along with one another. One of the previous delegates talked about children cycling on the sidewalk. I must admit, I am very guilty. I frequent, go shopping on Ottawa Street. I ride on the sidewalk because I can go for kilometer on kilometer without seeing anyone. And when I do come up to someone, it is amazing. I ring my bell, give them plenty of opportunity. Without a doubt, people always gladly step aside. I say thank you, and the response I constantly get is don't mention it. So when people show respect for one another, it goes a long ways. The big question here, and this is the reason I think I would like to see a deferral, it's the whole question as to who should trump whom. Who do the roadways belong to? Do they belong to the people that spend 70-80% of the time there, or do they belong to some of us to go there, once or twice a year? Who do they belong to? When I look at this neighborhood and they tell me that 96% are in favor of leaving their neighborhood the way it is, shouldn't that have some trump over people that are passing through? And they're saying that things are working well now, that there will be more, in their opinion, there will be more safety issues if you remove the parking than there is now.
Councillor Gazzola, if I can ask you to wrap up, I've given you a minute extra.
Just on this whole point of who trumps who, when it comes to sidewalks, for example, which are to take people over, it's clear as to who the final owner, who the final responsible person is. If you don't clean your sidewalk, you're the one that gets the ticket. I'd also like to make a point that...
Okay, Councillor Gazzola, we're already a minute and a half over, okay? Thank you, and we're dealing with a deferral. Councillor Marsh?
No, let me just finish.
Councillor Gazzola, I'm sorry, you've already had your time slot for this. Councillor Marsh, you've already spoken. I'm really not inclined to go around a second time.
So I just want to know, if the deferral were to not pass, will we have a chance to make comments or not?
No, we've already made the comments.
I was making comments there on the deferral and not on the motion.
Okay.
And so then Councillor Yanetsky decides to... he spoke twice. As the ward councillor, I'd like a chance to speak to this issue.
Okay, please, I'll give you a minute if you can just try to make your points.
All right. So I want to just say that I also struggle with the way that we have pre-approved master plans and then lack a way to incorporate the local residents' perspectives on it. But this is one that I do not take lightly. No matter which way we go tonight, I know that we will not make everyone happy, and as a ward representative, I'm not able to always make decisions that people agree with, but I do want to make sure that residents understand why I made my decision to vote one way or the other. And it is true that I spoke out in favor of improving community consultations, and this is a prime example of why we do need to support Councillor Schneider's motion later this evening. I have gone door to door on Union Street and met face-to-face with residents, some of them multiple times, and I have talked about, and I've been clear and consistent in my messaging that I do support the bike lanes to support cycling infrastructure in our city. I've not been inconsistent in that. I have heard from some residents, and now we've heard loud and clear that a lot of residents are not happy with it. However, I did recognize some of the names on this list as people who told me directly that they could go either way, and that really they were mostly concerned about speeding and parking, but they'd be willing to live with it either way. And so, as much as I do understand the need to absolutely support the residents in how they're seeing this, I will support I will not support the deferral. And I want to just add that should bike lanes be approved tonight, we know that they would not be painted until next spring, which gives residents another winter to be able to park on the street. And we need to determine which side to put the parking on in light of some comments from residents and from this council, some councillors on this committee, on this council. I'd like to add that maybe we should not have a meeting that pits neighbors against neighbors, but we should absolutely consult with every single resident about where they prefer to have the parking, and then have it be left up to staff as to which is the most appropriate option considering all the options. I will propose that also, where it's allowed, that we would have parking be allowed on the driveway apron during winter months as needed in locations where space allows, and that we have rumble strips in the forest to alert cyclists and drivers that each other is there, because there is no visibility in that stretch. And I would look to, most importantly, after the bike lanes are implemented, I would watch for the results of the traffic calming efforts to see whether or not it is being effective, and see if the cycling statistics are improving. And when I mentioned just paint in my previous comments at committee, I did not mean it in a glib way, and in the context of my full comment, I meant that it could be seen as a reversible decision should it be evaluated as not effective in the years to come. So with that, I'll close. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, Councillor Gazzola, you had plenty of time as well. Thank you. Okay, we have a motion for deferral. Is there a seconder for the motion of deferral? Councillor Yanetsky. Okay, we'll now vote on the motion for deferral. Okay. All those in favor of the deferral? All those opposed to the deferral? Okay, thank you. So the motion's been moved by Councillor Ioannidis, seconded by Councillor Galloway. Councillor Edlington. As it's read, number 5. A recorded vote has been called. Sorry, Councillor Davey.
Sorry, just trying to help Councillor Marsh out. I believe she indicated she didn't want a necessarily a single meeting, but more perhaps door-to-door individual, and I think that we should...
Ladies and gentlemen, we're still conducting our meeting, so if you can please respect that. Councillor...
So we don't have to... I just want to make note of that the intention is, I think, for perhaps individual meetings as opposed to a group meeting. Okay, strike the word meeting. Thank you.
Okay. So, we're clear on that. We'll vote on that now. Recorded vote. All those in favor? All those opposed? And the motion is carried. Okay, we'll now move on with our agenda. Next up, we have our tenders. There's several tenders. First of all, snow and ice removal equipment. Are there any questions? Okay, moved by Councillor Fernandez. All those in favor? Opposed? That's carried. Next up, the loader-mounted quick disconnect snowblower. Any questions? Councillor Fernandez.
Not really a question. Just a thank you to Michelle for responding to my question regarding the fact that there were 2 tenders. I don't know if others noticed that, but I just wanted to thank her for the explanation.
Okay, all those in favor? Opposed? That's carried. Third one, supply and delivery of coarse highway salt. Any questions? Councillor Gazzola.
Yeah, I just want to clarify what I read, that the unit price is up 0.5% from what it was last year, so that even if we use the same amount of salt this coming year, it will only be increasing 0.5%, much below the rate of inflation. Is that right?
Ms. Palmer Novakovic.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, that is correct.
Do we have any idea of the amount that we used last year compared to an average year? I'm just looking forward to our budget.
Mr. Chapman.
Through the mayor, we're just in budget review, and in fact, we'll be looking at that budget later this week. As you know, we base it on 5-year averages, and so we'll explore the impact of this cost on the 5-year average.
Okay. I just wondered if you had a figure as how it related to the 5-year average, but I can wait. That's
not
fine.
yet, no.
Thank you.
Okay, somebody want to move that one? I'll move it. Moved by Councillor Fernandez. All in favor? Opposed? That's carried. We'll now move on. Thanks, Michelle, for waiting patiently. We'll now move on to the reports of the committees. Starting with Community Infrastructure Services, Councillor Ioannidis.
It's been moved by myself, seconded by Councillor Frank Etherington, that items 1, 2, 3, 4, number 5 we dealt with, 6, 7, and 8 be approved and adopted.
Okay, and then number 8, you're just moving the recommendation as it's listed. It was deferred to this date.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Fernandez.
I just wanted to ask that item number 7 be pulled out for individual vote, please.
Okay. Councillor Gazzola.
Yeah, I wanted to see item number 6 pulled out separately, too.
Okay, we'll deal with 6 and 7 separately. Councillor Galloway-Seelock.
Yeah, I'm just struggling right now with, and maybe you can help me out, Mr. Mayor. We're dealing with number 4, which is regards to the snow disposal, yet we have a report coming in the Committee of the Whole with respect to a consultant with that. Are we dealing with them separately, or should they be dealt with? Should they be dealt with together? Because I see them as being a little bit interchangeable if you make one decision. So I'm just struggling with, it's number 11 on the Committee of the Whole.
Mm-hmm.
So I don't know if we just take that one out and deal with it separately as well and deal with that report at the same time, or if staff envisions them being dealt with completely
Maybe
separately.
I can ask Mr. Tiagi for comment on that.
Mr. Mayor, I think the 2 items could be dealt separately. I think the report on consulting fee is more for information than anything else, even though it does have a recommendation to approval. But
I just think that from my perspective, the implications of the deferral until November 2nd are a result of an extra $28,000 ask for consultant fees. And so I see them as being, if we make the decision to continue to defer and add all these other things onto staff's workload, it adds an extra $28,000. And I'm concerned at making one decision versus the other separately.
Okay.
Because if we move forward with number 4 the way it is right now, and all those recommendations that are with it, we then see report number 11 from Committee of the Whole as an outcome of that decision.
That would be correct. So we'll deal with number 4, and then we'll have to deal with the consultant.
So if we deal with number 4, but we want to change some of the scope, does that just happen afterwards then?
I would say yes.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay. Everything except items 6 and 7 we'll deal with now. We can deal with 4. Okay. Now. So we're dealing with everything else except for 6 and 7. All those in favor? Opposed? That's carried. Number 6. I've asked to vote separately. All those in favor? Opposed? That's carried. Number 7, we've been... Okay. Number 7, recorded vote's been called. Councillor Gazzola, you have comments?
I wanted to comment on number 7 in that I find it, I still don't understand this, because when it was brought here before us last week, the chart that staff showed was that the master plan for the Riverside Park will not be approved for 2 years, and yet here we are allocating and moving funds around for a master plan that has not been approved. How do we do that?
Well, Councillor Gazzola, since I made the motion, I guess I'll speak to it, but you'll note that the motion is actually different than the original one that was in the staff report. In fact, it leaves the $900,000 in the district park account to be applied to one of three things: either the Grand River Parks project, which would simply, if that's ultimately what staff comes back with at budget time, would leave funds in there for that implementation, the Kiwanis Park and or the South District Park project, all of which we know we're going to be dealing with. And the Kiwanis Park one in particular is one that we know has come as a surprise and we don't have funding for now, and it's something that staff are going to have to grapple with through the capital budget process. So that is what the recommendation is, and we will deal with it again at budget time in the context of those three areas. So recorded vote has been called. If I can ask for folks to vote on number 7. All those in favor? All those opposed? That motion is carried. Councillor Galloway-Silak, you had a question about number 8. You can turn on your mic, please.
We didn't have, I'm just looking in my, that's the one we deferred because we ran out of time on during our committee day. Is that not correct? So we've never had any discussion on this, and we just put up our hands and moved it along. Is that correct?
I asked if that was the recommendation we were dealing with, and the chair of the committee indicated yes, and that's what we voted on.
Well, I think that is getting moved along too quickly without any questions to staff.
Okay.
It's the maintenance of trails leading to schools, right? And I think there's a lot of really big questions that can be asked because, while this recommendation speaks specifically to one school, there's a lot more that I think this deserves a lot more time and attention than we probably have this evening. So I'd actually like to defer it to the next committee meeting. The report's already there, but I think we need to give it some time on the next committee agenda to actually give it its due diligence versus just putting up our hand and not talking about this a little bit more, because I think there's concerns across the city. So I'm not prepared to speak much longer because we're running out of time here tonight as well. So I'd ask for it to be deferred to our next committee meeting.
We're likely going to be needing a motion to go past 11 anyway.
Well, if the rest of council is fine with moving forward without asking staff any questions on this, then put that question to council. But I ask for deferral till the next committee meeting.
Do folks believe that we dealt with this issue already, or are we willing to have a revote on it? Deal with it separately? Okay, I'll deal with it separately. So based on that, Councillor Singh?
Yeah, I'm speaking to the deferral. I am not in favor of deferring this. This issue has been kicked down the field numerous times from budget time as part of public consultation for this to finally come back, and it was delayed further because of some staffing issues and the additional requirement for the public consultation that did take place, and then from committee to council. And this is a very important issue. It's part of the 12 priorities that this council democratically picked as something that was important, and I think it deserves it to be decided on. And I think we have ample time to, if people have questions, please ask questions, but don't defer for the sake of deferring.
With all due respect,
Councillor Galloway-Silak, I'll come back to you.
Well, then I'll put in a personal privilege, if that's what you want me to do.
Okay, what's your point of personal privilege?
Why would it not be that? It was basically just ask questions if it's ask questions, or don't just defer for the sake of deferring. Well, that's not what I'm doing.
Okay, But if
Okay, then I'll wait. I'll come back.
Councillor Fernandez.
If I remember correctly, there was some discussion about legality that we were apprised of, but that was all the discussion that we had. And I think that, there's a lot of implications. I can see a lot of pushback coming back from every single councillor's ward, and I do think that it would be a little bit prudent to take a little bit of extra time, maybe not tonight, but to defer it to the next committee meeting.
Our next committee meeting is 2 weeks from now. Councillor Davey.
Right. So, just in the interest of trying to find a balance here, is there a way? And I'm not sure if it's only the mayor's purview or what. Was there a way to get this as a special council item at committee, as opposed to having to wait a further 2 weeks and ratifying it a second time?
Yeah, we can deal with this at committee on the 19th and special council. I can't. Why is the clerk shaking her head? Sorry? Oh, okay. So we can deal with this at committee on the 19th and take it to special council the same day.
Okay, I would request that be part of the deferral.
So, okay, I'll come back to you, Councillor Marsh.
Just a quick question of staff. If we do defer it to that time, is there a problem with laying down the asphalt if we approve it at that time?
Mr. Tyagi.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, it depends on the weather conditions. I mean, if the weather is like this week, then I don't see a problem. But I think we really can't control when the asphalt plants will close. It all depends on the weather.
In your experience, what is the typical time when we can no longer, in a typical winter, is it November or is it December? Or can you just give us a sense of what is at stake here if we defer it?
Most years we are fairly safe going into November. When you hit towards the end of November, December, then it becomes iffy.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Yanetsky.
I'm just noting here, reading the minutes from the last meeting, it basically says that it was noted that due to the time constraints, any discussion regarding this item should be deferred to a future meeting. So, and today's the date, so I'm prepared to discuss it today or defer it. Doesn't make any difference to me.
Okay. Councillor Singh?
Yeah, it's just a point of clarification, and Councillor Marsh did touch on this as to the timing of the deferral, what the impact could be. Yes, the asphalt plants may close in November, but then it would still require a tendering process. I'm sure we're not just going to pick somebody to do it for us. Is it plausible that we could get this done this year if you continue to delay this?
I'll ask staff to provide clarification, but I don't believe we would go to tendering for this because we have an asphalt tendering contract, and it's already priced, but staff can clarify.
Would it require tendering? If it wouldn't, then
Tyagi?
it's okay.
Mr. Mayor, one of the options might be to add the project to an existing contract if the prices will hold and if we think the price is reasonable.
Okay.
So do we have to make that decision today, or that would be part of the 19th then? If committee or council chooses to support this, the staff recommendation.
Mr. Tyagi?
If it's the wish of council to proceed with the pilot project, then certainly approving it today has a better chance of this being implemented than delaying it.
Okay, that gives me a more clear answer then, perhaps, so I appreciate that. I would reiterate my comments earlier. I would prefer it to be decided on today or discussed today.
Councillor Galloway-Sealock, you were going to move a deferral motion? Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, I'd like to defer this to the next committee day I'll take the suggestion in a special council meeting so that it can be dealt with in that 2-week time frame. I just think that, while I can appreciate where Councillor Singh is coming from, because the pilot project is planned for his ward and in an area he represents, I think, as we can see with that report, it involves all wards, and so I think this needs a broader discussion, because if we're doing this in one area, we potentially could be doing it across the city, and I think that that has a larger implication, especially when we're dealing with a very small amount of trail here that is going to cost $200,000 to pave and another $30,000 for operation and monitoring throughout the year. So I think it's a bigger question that we really do need to ask some questions on, and I'd like to do that at in 2 weeks' time.
Okay. What's the personal privilege? Turn your mic on.
I just said I appreciated where you were coming from.
I just wanted to make sure, understanding, I'm not advocating this just because it's in my ward alone. I brought this issue forward as part of a priority list when it wasn't just a Ward 6 issue. I saw it as a strategic planning for our city for connectivity for trails.
Mr. Mayor,
that's understood. Come on,
we're
folks.
really going to have to start following the rules around here. There has been numerous times tonight that our new. You want to know what? I'm bringing up the point that our new procedures are not being followed by many. There has been disrespect around the horseshoe again, with people talking without microphones on. We're losing control of our delegations in the gallery, where they're bickering at each other up there. Like, we all need to start being a lot more respectful around here so that we can represent what we want the public to represent as well. And I don't think we're doing that with the way that we're conducting meetings, and that's really starting to concern me. That's beside the deferral. I just needed to say that because it was bothering me all night, and it just continues to happen where people are cutting off people and they're trying to talk. I'm guilty of it as well. Okay, so I'm going to try and be better.
Thank you. Councillor Ioannidis.
Thank you. Through you, Mayor Verbanovic. I won't be supporting the deferral because I think, as Councillor Singh had pointed out, that this is an issue that we've dealt with through numerous occasions, and I'm not the ward representative on this, but I see that I know in dealing with staff on this that this particular location was by far the most heated one and had its public consultation. So, and regarding that, it is just a pilot. And I don't have a concern because I see a bigger vision in this that I hope that will be able to roll out throughout the entire city. So to me, it's nothing. I don't see that it's pitting against any ward against another ward. So, and I hope that we can move past that and push this through, because I think it makes a lot of sense. And not only that, it makes a lot of sense with the previous motion that I put forward with regards to schools and parking around schools. This dovetails perfectly with that, and we need to start. We do a lot of talking. We need to do some work, and we need to get some action items done, and this is one of them.
Councillor Davey.
Sorry, I need a clarification from Mr. Taggy, if I could. If this comes back in 2 weeks, will we be able to get it done, the asphalt, or not? I mean, it's either, if it's a maybe, it's a no from my vantage. So it's either yes or yes we can, or no.
Mr. Taggy.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, we are into first week of October, and I think, as I said before, anything done in October is a fairly safe bet that we can do it. But keeping in mind that after council approves, there is a process to take place in terms of the design, the tendering, and even if we are to negotiate with an existing contractor, even those negotiations will take time. So short answer is, if it's delayed, then I cannot say definitely it will not be done this year, but the probability will be a lot less than it will be if you approve it today.
No, that's fine. That's a maybe from my vantage, which is I'm going to take that as a no. So I'm actually not going to support the deferral, but what I will do is the part that I'm really concerned about is the implications of winter maintenance. So I will support staff going ahead and asphalting that pathway. I think it's appropriate anyway, and I would see the if the deferral fails, I would see a wider discussion on winter maintenance at the proposed date.
Okay. I won't. I will be supporting the deferral. I think staff can tee up the pavement work that needs to be done so that it could still happen before the plants close. I mean, the plants typically don't close till mid-November or later, and I think it is important that we don't rush this through because it does have bigger issues associated with it. So we're dealing with the motion to defer. Is there a seconder for the deferral? Seconded by Councillor Fernandez. So we're dealing with the deferral. Sorry, recorded vote. Okay. All those in favor? All those opposed? Motion to defer carries on number 8. I'm going to need a motion now to go past 11 o'clock. Moved by Councillor Fernandez, seconded by Councillor Etherington. This needs to be unanimous, correct? Okay. All those in favor? All those in favor? We're voting on a unanimous motion to go past 11 o'clock. Okay, Councillor Ioannidis, we need to get the work of council done. Unless you want to come back for a special meeting this week, that's your other option. I don't think that makes sense. I would ask you to please act responsibly and let's get the work of council done while we're here. So I'm going to ask one more time. All those in favor? Opposed? That's carried unanimously. Thank you. We'll now move on to Finance and Corporate Services Committee. Councillor Davey.
Thank you. It's been moved by myself and seconded by Councillor Gazzola that items 1 to 4 in Finance and Corporate Services Committee be adopted.
Councillor Gazzola.
Yeah, I want to ask if I would like to, if item number 3, I think it is, can be deferred until October the 19th, if it can be deferred without causing any problems. And if I can just explain, we're being asked to sign a 3-year funding agreement. When it was discussed at committee, I asked for financial statements for the past 2 years, which I did receive, and I was quite surprised at the difference in what our city provides towards it and a couple of the other cities in our region. I would really like to see, if we're going to approve a 3-year, I would really like to see what the budget, at least for next year, is, in order to sort of give some support as to what we're recommending. Now, I put that forward if it can be done without any delaying any of the process.
Can someone from staff respond? Mr. Regier?
I'm just struggling here to recall what the period of the budget cycle for the Waterloo Region Small Business Center is, but it does strike me. I'll have to get back to council on that because I can't recall whether our budget cycle is all perfectly synced up. And whether or not we've got a detailed budget in the hopper for next year already.
Well, I understood when I asked last week whether they're on a calendar or fiscal year, and I understand they're on a calendar year, the same as we are. So
yes, the only thing I don't know is whether the I can't recall whether the committee has already approved a budget proposal for 2016.
Councillor Gazzola?
I would ask for deferral.
Okay, is there a seconder to defer that item? Seconded by Councillor Fernandez. Councillor Davey?
Sorry, I don't understand what it means then if this deferral goes through. Do we know what it means, or I can't vote if I don't understand the implications?
No, I'm asking for a budget to be given to us so that we can see what the funding agreement means. We're being asked to approve a funding agreement of which we have no idea. We have limited idea of what it is. And when I see what the share that the Kitchener taxpayers pay, maybe it's legitimate, but I feel that we deserve to see what the funding agreement is about.
Yeah, and Councillor Gold, I'm inclined to agree, provided it doesn't cause any harm or jeopardize the agreement, and that's what I'm not clear on.
I don't think it'll jeopardize the agreement.
Mr. Aguirre?
Through you, Mayor Vanich, the agreement has been some time in development, and it represents the current operating framework for the relationship between the cities and the region in this organization. So I wouldn't anticipate an adverse outcome if we deferred it for one meeting.
So in the deferral, Councillor Gazzola, I assume will do the same thing, special counsel at the next meeting?
I would think it can be brought back on the 19th. It'll be very quick.
Thank you.
Okay. So we are going with the deferral to the 19th then? Yes? Okay, so I'll deal with that first.
If I might just add, there are some nuances and complexities to the relationship because of the way that provincial and other funding are allocated and in-kind services are allocated. So it's going to be, we can bring the information forward. It may take a little bit more time than yeah.
Okay, so for now we'll say the 19th. And if we need more time, we'll take more time. So all those in favor of the deferral? Opposed? That's carried. All those in favor of the balance of the report? Opposed? That's carried. Planning and strategic initiatives. Councillor Singh.
Yes, it's moved by myself and seconded by Councillor Galloway-Sealock that the items that haven't been already voted on in Planning Strategic Initiatives Committee be supported.
Okay. All those, any discussion? All those in favor? Opposed? That is carried. We'll now move on to unfinished business. The first one, item 8A, 101 Glasgow Street, 149 Strange Street. And there's a recommendation from staff for a further deferral to December 14th. Moved by Councillor Kelly Galloway-Sealock, seconded by Councillor Schneider. Any discussion? All those in favor? Opposed? That's carried. Number 8B, which is the tax application deferral for 176 180 Benton Street, and staff are requesting that council take no action with respect to the motion due to deferral of the applications. Somebody want to move no action? Moved by Councillor Yanetsky, seconded by Councillor Davey. Any discussion? All those in favor? Opposed? That's carried. We'll now move on to 9A. Councillor Schneider. Want to click in? Go ahead.
Yes. Through the process with the bike lanes on West Heights Drive and Union, it's become clear that citizens and others have brought up some gaps in our engagement and informing in our whole process of engaging and informing the public. At my old place of work, we had a big sign that said, "No shame, no blame, just fix the problem." So this is addressing the fact that nobody knows more than our staff that there can be some positive changes made to our process. In discussions that Councillor Ioannidis and I have had with them, they are already working on correcting their processes, and this motion basically brings it, instead of just talking about it, it brings it to a formal process here at Council. Do I need to read through?
No, I think everybody can see it. I have several people who want to speak to it. So you're moving it, and who's seconding it? Councillor Marsh? Okay. Okay, okay, but you don't need to ring in to second it, so I'll come to you to speak to it. Councillor Ioannidis, you were next, except you turned yourself off. Councillor Ioannidis, go ahead.
So are we in comments?
We're in comments.
Okay. Yeah, I just wanted to, first of all, commend Councillor Schneider on recognizing this, and working with him and recognizing that that there is some challenges that we had with our system with regards to informing and engaging our residents with this. And I know we all heard loud and clear from our residents that it was an issue. And I think this is, at least if we have some form of best practices that can at least help move the process further and more efficient and have residents feel that that they've been informed and that they've been engaged, I think is a win for our community.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Gazzola?
I'm just struggling with the necessity of this. I'm not sure where it's going. I know that there have been some issues, and I know staff are aware of them and are prepared to improve them. I'm just wondering what happens here. Does staff have to go into a big study on this? Do they have the staff to do that? Is it going to take staff away from some other issues? The other reason I'm looking at what Compass Kitchener is doing, and it seems to me in one of the blocks I read, this is sort of the area that they're looking at. So I'm just wondering whether I don't have a problem with what it's the intent of it, but are we duplicating here, and is this necessary?
Did you want to comment on that, Councillor Schneider, or go ahead?
Well, in the conversations Councillor Ioannidis and I have had with Justin Reben and Ken Carmichael and the staff, that this is something they've already begun, and they actually want this to come forward. They are proactively correcting their processes and welcome this.
Councillor Marsh?
Question of staff, just do you have an idea of whether or not this process would delay any 2016 consultations?
Mr. Reedman?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, that's not our intention. We're already halfway through a process, so we're hoping to have that finalized in the next month or so, and then be able to start consultation on future projects for next year.
So then you'd be comfortable if we added an actual deadline that it has to happen within the 2015 calendar year?
Through the mayor, yeah, we'd be fine with that.
Yeah, okay. I do share Councillor Gazzola's concern that it might, that we don't want to delay anything, but at the same time, I can assure Council that this is not duplicating efforts. Compass Kitchener's efforts would not be focused on the nuts and bolts of the consultation process for the cycling master plan.
Councillor Singh.
Yeah, I liked what Councillor Schneider said. Don't shame, don't blame, just
no
change
shame,
it.
no blame. Just
Absolutely, and all I can say is, anything is better than the way we do it now. I think absolutely we do have to review, and there needs to be a better process so that citizens understand where we're coming from, why are we doing this, as well. And I think that's a lack of understanding that where the resistance and the pushback comes from, not the acceptance. I think they would accept it, knowing the benefits that would come with it, as long as there's a better process of that engagement and community dialogue. So absolutely support this.
Councillor Davey.
Very quickly, I wholeheartedly agree. I think it's a great motion to bring forward. I would only just ask staff, I'm not going to change anything, but since this is an issue here, we seem to notice it's an issue when we deal with other items as well. So when you're looking at engagement, if you can, just put your thought towards how we might plug in an issue, for example, when we're doing stormwater infrastructure, trails, or other planning matters, it might be ideal if we can have staff can have some sort of plug-in turnkey approach to these issues because they seem to overlap. Oh, yeah, thank you.
Councillor Gazzola.
I have to ask the question. Staff are saying that they're already halfway through the process. What happens if we don't approve it?
Okay, thanks for that comment, but it is a motion that is on the table and has been seconded, so we will take a vote on it. I will be supporting it as well for many of the reasons that have been outlined. All those in favor? Recorded vote. And that's carried unanimously. Okay, so 9B we've dealt with. We'll spare the Regional Council update tonight. Questions and answers? Any? Councillor Marsh.
Yes, I have a question. Earlier this evening we were talking about, we heard from the Economic Development staff that retail and restaurant business is challenged across all of Canada, and we also know that the LRT construction has provided additional hardship on our downtown retailers and restaurateurs. And I'm thinking about parking, and I'm wondering if we could ask staff to prepare a report on how the city might be able to support downtown businesses by reducing or eliminating parking fees in the evening or weekend time periods. Parking after 6 o'clock on some days of the week is free. However, people, I think, need to be encouraged to come down even just ahead of 6 o'clock. So if we were even able to add an extra hour to that time frame, I'd like to see to ask staff if we can direct staff to look at that more closely.
Mr. Wilmer.
Through the mayor, certainly we can do that. I know that because of questions raised by the BIA, our staff are already working on the issue, so I think we should be able to turn it around pretty quickly.
Okay, thank you. We'll take it as direction then. Councillor Singh.
Yeah, just question. It's more of a question or a request for staff to be able to report back to council on what's happening with the McLennan Park and the wood chips that are on the Great Lawn. I don't want to put staff on spot as to providing that information now. If they need more time, if they can answer, it would be helpful. Otherwise, if they can report at a later time, advising what is happening in the timelines when that would be remediated.
Okay.
Okay, and one more thing. I had a question to our two clerks. Tonight's vote on the deferral gives me some concern when we defer items when it's in the agenda and has the appropriate allotted time for it. When we defer it, just for, I don't want to say what I said before, when we defer it because we don't want to discuss it that day. Is that the normal protocol of a deferral motion?
Okay.
Is that a good usage of a deferral motion? I just want to ask the clerks that question. If you think I should do it offline, I'll respect it.
I think we can have that conversation offline.
Okay.
It's late already. Okay. Okay, so we're now at first reading of the bylaws. It's been moved by Councillor Singh, seconded by Councillor Davey, that leave be given the move and seconder to introduce the bylaws listed on the agenda, and the same be taken as read a first time and stand referred to the Committee of the Whole. Are there any late starters, Madam Clerk?
Yes, there's one late starter concerning PSIC item number 2 with the Drainage Act.
Okay. Everyone clear on that? All in favor? Opposed? That's carried. We now need to go into Committee of the Whole. As Council knows, there was one item that was a caucus that we need to deal with in caucus. And Clerks has informed me we actually need to deal with that before we finish the balance of the agenda. So we're going to need to recess to go into caucus very briefly. And moved by Councillor Davies, seconded by Councillor Etherington. All those in favor? Opposed? That's carried. So we can go into caucus very quickly. Okay, we'll go into Committee of the Whole, moved by Councillor Marsh. The Council resolve itself into the Committee of the Whole. All in favor? Opposed? That's carried. Councillor Marsh, if you can click in. Can you click in? Click yourself in. There we go. Okay.
Okay. Thank you. All right, so the first item that we will deal with is item A. We need to do a second reading. Do I have a mover for the second reading of the bylaws? Councillor Fernandez. All those in favor? That's carried. And so then the second item, we've dealt with all the tenders. Let's look at item 2. The first item, submission regarding 329 Glasgow Street. Okay, moved by Councillor Yanetsky. Any? Do I need a? I don't need a seconder on any of these. Okay. All right. So, any discussion or questions? All those in favor? All right. That's carried. Next item is. We've dealt with number 3, so number 4, appointments to the committee or court of revision. Attached is the finance, blah, blah, blah. Attached is Finance and Corporate Services Department report. All right. Do we have names on that? Pardon me? Do we have any nominations for this committee?
Councillor Fernandez has asked
Yes.
to speak.
I'd like to nominate Councillor Yanetsky, please.
Okay, sounds good. So we need 4 altogether? All right, any other nominations? Councillor Yanetsky.
I'd like to nominate Councillor John Gazzola.
All right. Any others, please? We need 4. Don't all jump at once. Councillor Yanetsky.
Councillor Dave Schneider, because he's currently on the court of revision with me right now, so I'll bring him on again.
Thanks, Dave.
We haven't met yet.
And so you accept?
I accept.
All right. Councillor Gazzola?
I nominate Councillor Galloway-Seelock.
Oh, Councillor Galloway-Seelock has been nominated. Okay, we have
Councillor
3.
Fernandez wants to nominate someone?
Yes, I'll nominate Councillor Etherington.
Is that respectfully? Okay, thank you. One more? Yes, Councillor Gazzola?
I would like to have a lady on the committee, so I will nominate Councillor Fernandez.
Councillor Fernandez has been nominated. Wonderful. Well done. All right, so it has been... No offense taken, I'm on 7 committees. So it has been moved that Councillors Yanetsky, Gazzola, Schneider, and Fernandez be appointed to the Committee of Revision, Court of Revision for a 1-year term ending on November 30th, 2016. All those in favor? And that's carried. Thank you. All right. So we have dealt with number 5 and 6. On to number 7, the offer to purchase 35 Trillium Drive. Okay, we have a mover, Councillor Fernandez, and question, Councillor Gazzola.
I'm curious, we're sold the property for $475, and we're only going to net $300. So what did all the other money go for?
Mr. Chapman?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, it was site servicing costs primarily. We are obligated to provide a stormwater and a sanitary connection to the property.
That was part of the deal? There was no way we could sell it without that?
That was part of the deal, yes.
Okay, any other questions or comments? All right, all those in favor? All right, and that's opposed? I forgot to say opposed before for other ones. Any opposed? Okay, that's carried. Item number 8, the City Hall lease to Open Sesame for art, books, and objects. Do we have a mover for that item? Councillor Ioannidis. Any questions, comments? All those in favor? Opposed? That's carried. Councillor Gazzola is quick to the draw, moving number 9. So any questions or comments? Question with Councillor Fernandez.
In light of the length of tonight's meeting, I would like to make a suggestion that in April, we add another meeting. It is past Easter. This year we have Easter in March. I think that will give us an opportunity to have an additional meeting to deal with some of the issues that we continuously end up deferring. We only have 12 meetings in the entire year. It continues to surprise me that we're not meeting every Monday. So I'd like to add in the 4th of April as an additional meeting.
Okay, staff, have any?
It would take a 2 weeks, just sorry to interrupt, but it would take a 2-week cycle to be added in. Like, it's not adding one meeting, it's adding 2 meetings.
Well, then we'll add 2 meetings. Yep, that's fine. Or we can use that as a strat session in special council instead.
Well, no, we have those anyway. Perhaps we can ask Mr. Goodeve to comment?
Yep, please. Do we have any light you can shed on that?
Through you, Chair Marsh. Just for council information, we have actually canceled 7 standing committee meetings so far this year, or combined items on to create other agendas. So if we take that into account, that's over 3 cycles worth of committee meetings, of at least one standing committee that we have actually condensed.
But we've never had a committee day. Just to clarify, you're suggesting that we've canceled 7 committee meetings, which I trust you, but that doesn't mean that we've ever canceled a committee day. We just haven't had all 3 on some of those days. Is that correct?
Through Chair Marsh, the last time we canceled a committee day was in January of 2014. Okay. It was the first one coming back from the New Year's and Christmas holidays.
Okay.
Mr. Chapman's in the queue as well.
Yeah, Mr. Chapman.
Perhaps Mr. Goodeve can elaborate. My understanding is that he set the calendar with regard to when agendas typically are heavier and lighter in the year, and it was determined that in the spring agendas are typically lighter, and that if council was interested in adding time to the schedule, that is not typically a time when there's a high volume of staff reports, but he can perhaps elaborate on that point.
Through Chair Marsh, Mr. Chapman is correct. In looking at it, we did have consolidated quite a number of agendas in the March and April timeframe of this past year. It did probably seemed a little busier because we did have the 2 special council meetings dealing with the Mayfair at that time, but we actually had a reduction in the number of committee meetings.
Mm-hmm.
Councillor Galloway-Silak's clicked in.
Okay.
Yeah, I just have one question with regards to the November schedule. Looks like we have committee day on the 7th, and then we wouldn't be dealing with council until the 28th. And so that's a 4-week time frame in between there. I understand that's because you put budget meetings there. Is that, that seems a little concerning to me that we would deal with things and then not deal with them again for a 4-week time frame. Is there any way to, I know we wanted to try and have the budget meetings a little bit earlier in order to help inform the budget public meeting the following cycle, but is there any way to swap out one of those budget meetings with the council meeting?
Through Chair Marsh, just looking at it quickly, we could possibly shift the two budget meetings down and put the council meeting on November 14th.
Yeah, sure.
Okay. Can I jump in?
Yep, please.
Or can you, or Mr. Goody, can we do operating on the 14th, council on the 28th, and capital then on the, council on the 21st, and then capital on the 28th? So you're leaving 2 weeks between budget weeks and 2 weeks between committee and council.
That makes more sense.
Does that work, Councillor Galloway?
Oh, I didn't. I just was purely bringing forward the point. It doesn't matter how it ends up unfolding. I just think that that gap was too much between committee and council.
Why don't we do that? And then, Councillor Fernandez, I guess what I would suggest to you in light of the feedback from staff, if we need additional meeting days, we always have the ability of adding them.
But the problem is that we end up adding them with great reluctance into, June and July. I just see that there's a big gap there from the 21st of March until the 11th. Again, it's a 3-week period of no meetings at all. And I think that there's oftentimes, and tonight's a perfect example, where we have a lot of things that are on the docket. I know, but there's no reason why we cannot have another meeting. I really think that we should be meeting a lot more frequently and have less long meetings.
So
that's my recommendation. That's my motion, or whatever the heck it is.
So we have
you're doing that. So has the original one been moved?
the original one has been moved.
Okay. And so you would need an amendment from Councillor Fernandez.
Yes. So we have, so do we don't need a seconder for the amendment? So, yeah, can you just repeat, so which dates would the committee day and council day be, the ones that you're proposing?
So right now, I would move the standing committee day from the 11th to the 4th of April. And then that would bump the...
So it would be committee on the 4th, council on the 11th, committee on the 18th, council on the 25th.
Yeah.
Is what Councillor Fernandez is suggesting.
Exactly.
Okay. All right. And so do we have any other... is there any other reason why we wouldn't do that for the month of April? Any other...
Again, I believe that staff have developed a schedule. It works. Let's go with it. And if we need to add additional meetings, we can add additional meetings.
Okay, we'll call the vote, but alternatively, if we put a placeholder in now, and then as we move closer to that date, it's easier to cancel a meeting than to call 2 meetings. So vote has been called for adding 2 meetings in the month of April, and so all those in favor? 1, 2. All those opposed? And that motion does not carry.
So then, right. Councillor Gazzola, are you doing it with the change in November that's been suggested?
That's yes.
Yeah.
Easy, yes.
Okay, so so the motion number 9, vote has been called for that with the amendment.
Hold on. Councillor Galloway-Seelock wants to speak again.
Oh, please.
It's been brought to my attention that August is also the same way with the 2 extra weeks in between. So I don't know if we look at changing that one to the 22nd and leaving the 29th and the 5th open, or just leaving it. I thought it was too much in between. I think we definitely have the opportunity in November to make that switch. I like that one. But August, I don't know. I don't know how other members feel, but going that extra week without having that meeting from committee to council, I believe is a long time. So I think that we should potentially, unless staff has any reason why we can't go August 22nd instead of August 29th, I would ask that change be made as well.
Any comments from staff?
But then you get...
Hold on, I'm just going to ask for comments from staff, and then you can have a comment.
Through you, Chair Marsh. I don't have it here in front of me, but I believe that date was scheduled in recognition of when the meetings are held at the region, to align it to the same weeks of break weeks. Also, it was in recognition of when we need the timing for the agenda setting meeting, so that the councillors would already, who take part in the agenda setting, if they're here that week, it gives that other additional kind of free open week prior to that. But having to have all of council here one week and then those 4 councillors be also available the following Tuesday.
That's fair. Okay, just that one change is fine.
Okay, so just the change in November. Vote's been called. All those in favor? All those opposed? That carries unanimously. All right. Number 10 has been moved by Councillor Singh. Any questions, comments? This is the encroachment agreement request, signage on King Street West road allowance. All right. All those in favor? Opposed? Opposed, okay. But that carries. Okay, number 11 has... How are we dealing with number 11? Because is it not a deferral?
Councillor Galloway-Silak has just keyed in.
Is that a question of me, or is that a question of staff?
You've keyed in, so can you please speak to number 11?
I have questions on this.
Okay, so are you moving number 11?
No.
Is anyone moving
I'll
number
move it.
11? Okay, it's been moved by Mayor Verbanovic. Go ahead.
Yeah, I guess I have a couple questions. I just look at the recommendation that came out of the committee meeting, and if it's my understanding that everything we asked for that needs to happen is going to cost us $28,000. Is that correct?
That is correct, through you, Mr. Mayor, yes.
So I look at the list of the costing that came from MTE, which they were the ones who did the report that was tabled or brought forward to us. Is that correct? They were the ones who did the report already, MTE? The snow dump report? Yes? Okay. So I just looked at the list on page 11-3, and I see that it looks like a substantial body of work. Are they really not just pulling a lot of this information out of the report that they have, especially the information required for the PIC? And then my other question is and maybe I just don't see it and it's in there, but I know one of my points was the size of the melter. Is that somehow in here?
Well, I think the best way I can answer this is you are correct if you're saying some of this would have been required regardless of council's motion. So that is true.
Some of this would have been required even without council.
For example, public consultation would have done that, and there would have been cost in terms of the consulting fee for that. But some of the other items that were added by council, then obviously that additional cost to what we originally thought will be the cost of the project for consulting.
Okay, so then is the size of the melter actually going to be looked at by MTE in this, if we move forward with this?
I'm sorry, Council, could you repeat the question?
I'm just wondering if the size of the melter is something that's going to be looked at by MTE if we move forward with this?
That will be part of the report, yes.
And then I guess my other question is what if we don't approve this?
Well, if you don't approve it, that means we cannot carry on the work you authorized us to do a couple of weeks ago.
And that was my exact concern with approving the report from committee, is that we pretty much, with that direction that we gave, that we're pretty much bound to add this additional $28,000. And that's a concern for me when we're already dealing with a project that I believe is over budget from the context of cost too much. Not that the project itself is over budget because it hasn't started, but with $2 million and then adding another close to $30,000 for this is quite significant. So I can't support this report.
Okay, thank you. We have another comment from Councillor Fernandez.
Yeah, it's not a question. It's more of a concern. Is that if we don't do the public consultation, we may not have a sense of the impact on the public. And if we don't continue with the discussion on this, there may be some other possibilities that may come out of further consultation by the consultant. I do have a question. I apologize. I do have a question. There has been some work, and the cool versus the cold water stream review. Jeff Martin stood here in front of us and said that he had done all of those studies already. So I'm not exactly sure why we would have to do that again. That may be something that you might want to ask him specifically. Those are the things. I have a history with that, and I know that those studies haven't been done already. So that may be something we can take out of that component. But if we really want to make sure that the due diligence is done properly, and it may end up saving us money if we find out that there are other options than the particular site that we're looking at.
Okay, are there any other questions or comments? I have a question. So if we, has this tender already been awarded and we're just being asked to approve it? No. So if we add a little clause in this motion to say that council approve the cost for consulting fees of up to $24,089 $24,089 plus HST, then perhaps we could seek staff, direct staff to sharpen the pencil a little bit. If there's already work that's been done and that then is just needing to be copied over, then perhaps the cost of this consulting fee would be less than it was originally put in. Is that so? I'm asking staff if that would be something that we could look at, is having this cost less for the consulting.
So through you, Mr. Mayor, I think you can see from the report the body of work required by the consultant is quite extensive. We certainly can talk to the consultant if they will look at the reducing the price part. But as I said, I think when I look at the cost versus the amount of work they still need to do, I think it's not unreasonable in terms of the numbers I see.
Okay, so we have before us the motion, and so we need to vote on it, and yeah, so recorded vote has been called. Sorry, that's me. All those in favor, please rise. All those opposed? Okay, sorry. All right, so next.
Move that the committee rise and report.
Yep. Do we have any late starters?
Oh, sorry.
Before we do that?
Yes, Madam Chair, we have one late starter item arising from caucus regarding a street renaming.
Okay, do we have a mover for that? Councillor Fernandez. All those in favor? Opposed? That's carried unanimously. All right, so we have a motion from the mayor to rise and report. And so we will, it has been moved by the mayor and seconded by myself that the proceedings and the recorded pecuniary interests and conflicts taken in the meeting of the Committee of the Whole held this date as attached hereto and forming part of these minutes are hereby adopted and confirmed.
All in favor? That's carried. It's been moved by Councillor Singh, seconded by Councillor Davies, that the bylaws listed on the agenda for third reading be taken as read a third time, be finally passed and numbered serially by the clerk. All in favor? Opposed? That's carried. And it's been moved by Councillor Etherington, seconded by Councillor Schneider, that we adjourn. All in favor? Opposed? That's carried.